say goodnight. I'm leaving for your porch and I'm my light. I'm leaving. Hello. What's up, everybody? Rasta, Shazar, $10, Rob, Engthar, Seraphine, Cassie, Firidon, Vacarian, Doomed, Redshirt, Heroes and Diamonds, Teru Creole, Slapkick, Saladino, Egg. Wait, I haven't read your name yesterday fully. Egg Sprit? The Egg? Spirited Egg? I don't know. I'm unsure what it's supposed to mean, but it is a name. Oh, Esprit d'Air. But eggs. Esprit d'Egg. Don't even worry about it. Yeah. I like your name better when I didn't get it. The absurdism is to have the fun. Hey, I can respect that. Don't waste the Frenchies. I know. What a bunch of weird people. Van B. Ken, Clipturn, JR, how is everybody doing today? So yeah, Terracrill, day 2, but we've barely done anything yesterday, just character creation. We just landed on Eden Prime. I didn't even move from the spawn. So yeah, we're basically really starting today. It is what it's happening. And yeah, Slapkick, as far as Silk Song goes, it's just that the start of the playthrough was so broken, you know, in parts and so chaotic because of real life stuff that prevented me from like streaming properly, and then I had to take a long break, and it was too messy. I wasn't enjoying, not because of the game, but I wasn't enjoying the playthrough because of external circumstances. So I would rather shelve it for now, wait for, you know, another opportunity, maybe when DLCs are out and all that, and we'll give it the playthrough it deserves. Sometimes it's, you know, it's not about the game not being good or me not enjoying it. It's just about circumstances. And sometimes that's just what it is. So yeah, I'm not, you know, I don't mind putting it to the side for a while. And yeah, listen, I played I played Hollow Knight years after it released, and it was just fine. I had a really good time playing the full version of the game and all the DLCs and all that. So if that ends up being the same with Silksong and we return to it in a few years, that's okay. You know, it's not like the game's going anywhere. It's not a game that's going to age very much, right? So I don't think it matters really. Let's see. Gonna have to deal with that freaking EA stuff again. It's gonna be every day. I'm gonna have to deal with that EA launcher. Hate it. Oh no, Doom Redshirt. I get that. I don't do any knitting myself, but I've had I had an ex-girlfriend who was really into knitting, and I've seen that happen a few times. It always seems very frustrating. I have 2 buttons. One says start, the other says resume on the launcher. I'm assuming resume might send me straight into the game, which is not what I want. I do want a title screen. The eat ass launcher. Yeah, I mean it's not. So there's There's so many different parts to this whole thing. You have to launch the game from Steam, right? And then it opens the EA app just for authentication purposes, as far as I can tell. Which, whatever, nonsense. And then it opens the Legendary Edition launcher, which allows you to launch all 3 games. So a little too many steps in that process, I find. The EA app, at least it's not Origin, yeah. Did you have to install all 3 games at once, or can you do one at a time? I had to install all 3 at once. I don't know if there's an option to not do that. I haven't really looked at, you know, like, maybe if it's like, you can untick like DLCs or whatever. It's fine. It's installed. I don't mind. What's up, DJ? How are you doing today? Why is this menu so much louder? Hold on. Does the sound effect settings only activate once I press any key? Or is the main menu just that loud? Nope. Ah, damn it. I hate when games do that. They only take the settings into account when you get on the menu, the title screen, which is so beautiful. I would love to sit there for like 20 minutes and have a yap session, but what a shame. What a shame. Dark Souls does this? Yeah, I don't remember, but it's very possible. It's less of an issue on Dark Souls because the title screen is basically the same when you click into the menu, right? Manually reduce the volume on the title screen. I mean, I could do that, yeah, but listen, you know, the point with this whole streaming thing is to make things as simple as possible, not add extra steps of complication that I could mess up and forget to put the volume back and all that stuff, you know. It's somehow worse than Origin? No, I don't agree with that. Origin is the worst launcher I've ever... Well, no, actually, hold on. I almost said something... I almost lied. Origin is not the worst launcher. Uplay was the worst launcher of all time. And still is to this day. I would legitimately buy games on Steam, and then you know, the moment you start launching it, it throws a Uplay thing in your face and get a refund immediately. What's up, Bryboot? How are you doing today? Where do you rank Epic Game Launcher? I've actually never used it, so nowhere. Somehow never used Epic. 2K Launcher? Haven't used it either. Amazon Luna? Was that only used for like New World or something? I'd make exceptions for Splinter Cell and Prince of Persia games. My exception for Uplay was Trials. I did play a lot of the Trials games. Prime Games are on it? Okay. Yeah, I mean, Origin was a mess, but Uplay was just... God, I hated Uplay so much. I don't know how it is these days. I haven't played a Ubisoft game in forever, but it used to be really bad. Although, I mean, if we really want to go there, you know, like historically bad launchers, the first version of Steam was fucking garbage. let's not... I still remember it. It had this sort of like military green, almost like Soviet Russia green, if you know what color I mean. And it was very janky. But then again, you know, it was the first of its kind. Like it was the precursor to a new whole thing. So you gotta give it some form of leeway and credit for, you know, doing something nobody had ever done. Like there was no blueprint. Now in this day and age, it's different. People should know how to make a good launcher, but they don't care. They just want a launcher that highlights all the, you know, stuff that you can buy, the microtransactions and the special currencies and all that stuff, right? Which, you know, fair enough, it's a store, right? It's meant to be a storefront, so the point is to sell stuff. I get it. I feel like usability should come first, though, which I think Steam does a pretty good job at that. It's a store first and foremost, but it does a good job at being useful. Or usable, I should say. Ubisoft still pulls some good games here and there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what my last Ubisoft game was. Couldn't tell you. Remember the backlash when you start needing Steam to play Counter-Strike? Yeah. I think the first game that I was playing on Steam was Team Fortress Classic, I think, back in the 2001, maybe? 2001? First version of Steam? When was that? First version of Steam. Initial release 2003. No way. I feel like I've played something on Steam before that. Well, not played something on Steam, but I feel like I remember the green, you know, like military green software, and that had to be before 2003, because we were still doing LANs at the time with my buddies. Was it something before Steam, like that, like a precursor of Steam, but just a Valve thing? I don't know. I have a feeling it had to be before that, because I'm pretty sure I remember having to use that shit when we were doing LANs, and that must have been like 2001. Maybe an installer? Well, yeah, no, I know that's not the point. What's up, Mancini? What's up, Chipmunk? Steam came out with Half-Life 2. Maybe I'm conflating like two different memories, and it's like I definitely remember the green thing, the military green one, which I'm almost 100% sure was Steam, or at least, you know, an early version of it. But yeah, I remembered it. I remember, like, I have a memory of using it during one of those LANs, like, for the first time that we were doing, and we stopped doing those, like, in 2001. But I must be mixing up two different memories together. Yeah, I must be mixing up two different memories. Most of our LANs at the time, we were playing like Half-Life or Half-Life mods, right? Like Counter-Strike or Team Fortress Classic was a huge thing that we played for a while. So that was a big part of our LANs, Quake 2 and stuff like that, but a lot of Half-Life. Also Total Annihilation and Tekken, of course. We had that little console, Tekken 3, Tekken Tag Station. But yeah, a lot of the PC gaming was Team Fortress Classic towards the end of our LANs, like the last year. So then I guess if Steam, the first versions of Steam came with Half-Life 2, maybe I just conflated those two memories because, you know, Half-Life stuff. It was over 20 years ago, so it's not impossible that I'm just mixing things together. But regardless, that version of Steam was not great. But, you know, like I said earlier, first of its kind, it deserves a little bit of, you know. No, we didn't play StarCraft Brood War too much. There were a few games here and there, but we were total Annihilation nerds as far as RTSs go. So not a lot of Brood War was played. A little bit of Age of Empire 2. I remember that. Played a couple games of that. But yeah, TA was our jam. So. Yeah, Primus. I mean, I think the basic what I remember from it is that the basic visceral reaction was that why do we need to have an extra step, right? And just launch my game and I play my game. It was just an extra annoying step to play a video game. And it was janky and it was buggy and, you know. It felt like unnecessary hurdles to playing the video game. That's a person. Yeah, I still remember that Steam UI, like very boxy, green. That's well, at least that's what I remember it in my brain, you know. Not even a good green? Well, okay, that's debatable. I like the military green that they used to use. Do I remember it wrong? Hold on. Early Steam screenshot. Yeah, look at that military green. It looks good. I like it. I don't know why you would choose that particular color, but you know. Very Winamp? Yeah. Fuck Winamp. Man. Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass. Where the hell did that come from? Freshly unemployed? Oh, I'm sorry to hear, person. Contract ended, didn't get renewed. Well, hey, hopefully you find something to your liking. Yeah, my Winamp looked awesome though, because you could skin, you know, use skins and all that on your Winamps. I remember mine looking pretty good. Looked like an old like 80s hi-fi setup, you know, with like actual amps and round buttons, and it was pretty cool. Not very usable, like not very practical looking back, but it was cool. Still use Winamp. I don't know if I have a music player on my new computer. I don't think I do. I used to have I used to use Fubar for a lot of the like last decade. Yeah, Fubar was great. love all the playlist tabs, and that shit was great. I haven't installed it on my new computer, which I've had for almost 2 years at this point, like a year and a half. So I don't know. I don't really. I still have a collection of, like, you know, FLACs and MP3s and all that. I just don't listen to them. Every time I want to listen to something, I go to YouTube, which is really weird. I don't even use Spotify for the most part. YouTube's my music player these days. I don't know why YouTube over Spotify, which is, you know, probably much lighter and dedicated to music. I never got on the Spotify train. Never got on it. I used to use Deezer a lot, because Deezer had a lot more of the tracks that I was looking for. It had a lot more indie stuff. As opposed to Spotify. Like, I would literally find some of the Swiss bands we used to produce in the early 2000s with the record label that I created with some friends on Deezer. Couldn't find them on Spotify, that's for sure. So that you know, that was interesting. That's why I picked Deezer back in the day. But yeah, I haven't used any of these in a long time. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should get one of those music apps set up again properly, so I can stop listening to my music on YouTube. What's up, Ellen Lord? What's up, Rico? How are you doing today? Max Sauce, good to see you. Found my Winamp skin? Oh boy. Oh my god. What was it called? Like Ice something? It looks like it's called Ice something. Winamp skin. Hey, I found mine. That's so funny. Expensive Hi-Fi 1-2 was the one I used for a long time. It even has like a funny fucking Sony logo on it. Oh, the Marshall amp one. I remember that one. I don't think I was using it because it was not very practical, but I remember it. Man, Winamp skins. So funny. What's up, Hugo? How are you doing today? Yeah, DJ. There's a whole website dedicated to Winamp skins. Of course there is. I remember that, Maxos, yeah. Jeez. Remember when your social media profile was something you could customize and make, you know, make it look like something that represented you? I remember MySpace. Remember having a friends ranking on MySpace and all the drama that came from that? Man, the early 2000s were a different time. Maybe so, DJ, but you know, it was a good time for a while. Chronological feeds instead of algorithmically defined. That's a hard word to pronounce. Yeah. Oh yeah, $10. If you went down a friend's rank list, man. That was, you know, that was grounds for a proper in real life discussion. What's up, Facehugger? How are you doing? Yeah, I mean, I still have like a CD collection. Like I got rid of some of it at some point. But at one point in the early 2000s, I had like, I don't know, 2,000 albums or something, like CDs. I got rid of a bunch of them after I moved a couple times. I still have like the real like indie ones that I actually care about. But I used to not only was I working like I said, we had created a music label with some friends, but I was also working in a music store. Well, the music section of the electronics store was a huge thing. But we really put a lot of care in our music section. That was a big thing. That was actually one of the most profitable sections of the store, because it had a little bit of reputation for being really good. Lots of indie stuff, lots of like good selection, people that knew what they were talking about and all that stuff. And so I have accumulated a lot of discs from that era. Some of them I really didn't care too much about. I liked collecting. I never went really into the vinyl thing, which has seen a resurgence in the past decade. I do have some vinyls, but most of them are like actual like old school, late 80s, early 90s vinyls from when it was just the norm. I still have some of those. But yeah, I have a couple of more recent vinyls, like special editions or something, but not too many. TJ. Yeah. I mean, that's what they are, right? Influencers. I hate the word influencer. I will never call myself an influencer unless I'm making a joke. I hate that term for the I don't know how streamers, right? I'm a streamer. Call me a streamer. I don't even like the word content creator, even though I think it's better than influencer. My problem with the word influencer is that it implies something, which I don't like at all. I'm not here to influence anyone. If people are influenced and me playing a game makes them want to play it or get the game, that's fine. That's a side effect, but it's not the intention. Which I think makes a big difference. What's up, White Wolf? All people yelling at many different clouds in this community. This is our retirement home on Twitch. Bunch of old people. We're too old for this shit. It's fine. We found each other. Yeah, Tumblr was something that I always I never got into it. I knew it existed. I remember like sometimes you would search for something and it would send you to Tumblr, and I know some of my friends were using it. I personally never got into it. I know it had a very, very active community at some point, but the sense of community when you find a bunch of grumpy old farts to hang out with, yeah. Well, speaking of which, I mentioned that yesterday, but I'm going to mention it again, since we're talking about old farts type thing. For my birthday this year, I'm going to play Mixtape. I'm saving that game for my birthday. I'm going to play Mixtape in one session, one sitting. I'm not ending the stream. On my birthday, we'll have to make a special schedule for it, I think. I am not ending the stream before Mixtape's over. But apparently Mixtape, I know extremely little about it, except it sort of has a bit of a Life is Strange vibe, but it's like pure 90s nostalgia, music and everything. So, yeah, it just came out, White Wolf. So I'm not surprised you don't know much about it. It just came out and it's getting rave reviews from all the old farts that lived through the 90s. So, yeah, it's gonna be a ride down 90s nostalgia lane. The fucking trailer has a Smashing Pumpkins track on it. So as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh boy, I'm playing this game. It's gonna be wonderful. Only so people hating on it? algorithm issue. I feel like I know the type of people who would hate on a game like that. I feel like I understand the kind of people who would hate on something like that. I don't think it's just young people. I don't think it's just that. It's probably people that are very offended that, oh my god, I have to play a girl. You know, that type of reaction, right? Probably the same people who hated The Last of Us 2. The type of people who use that website to make sure a game isn't woke before they purchase it, right? And for some reason, Disco Elysium gets a pass. I assume media literacy is not very prevalent in those communities. It gets a pass because they like the game, probably, yeah. I don't know, it's just internet narrative. It's dumb. I see it, you know, in the outskirts of the internet that I don't hang out in. I see those things happening. I never engage with that. I made my own opinions, and I would hope everyone does the same. No matter who says what. Like, if you have someone you enjoy, like a streamer or a friend that really enjoys a game or doesn't like a game, well, it's fine to listen to their opinion, but, you know, especially if it's someone you know you have like common tastes with, and, you know, I'm not saying like reviews or opinions about games are useless or anything, but you still have to make your own opinion at the end of the day if you really want to have one. But that's not how the internet works anymore. You just parrot the stuff you hear somewhere, depending on what you think will get you the most engagement. So. One thing I saw was a hate post complaining about how much of the game is cutscenes. Well, yeah, I mean, it's you know, one of those narrative sort of games, right? Like, I'm not too surprised that it's mostly cutscenes. Same, you know, sort of situation that leads people to think that Life is Strange is not a game because it's just an interactive movie, which, you know, fine. I mean, if you want to have a limited understanding of what a video game is, okay. Yeah, I've seen that Doomed red shirt. Oh well. User reviews should not be a thing. Listen, I have a very totalitarian view of video game communities. We should not allow people to have opinions publicly about video games. Unless it's on their own platform with a microphone, just like myself right now. I know, very, very totalitarian of me, but Gamer Gators is so cringe. Well, I mean, listen. The only, you know, if someone has anything negative to say about Anita Sarkeesian, about her video series, that's fine, right? Like, admittedly, I don't think her video series was very... There were some decent episodes, but there was also a lot of trash. Like, let's be honest. There was a lot of stuff that she produced with you know, as a... But that's fine. It, you know, it's not a crime to produce bad content. Everyone does it. But that had nothing to do with the actual subject matter, right? It was just some of her videos were not very well documented, and it was a little bit. It was not, you know, it could have been better at discussing her thesis. Is sort of my point, right? A lot of people just hated on her because of what she was trying to say. My personal opinion is that she could have said what she was trying to say better. Yeah, maybe so, Chipmunk. Yeah, I could agree with that. In fact, I think for the most part, her takes back then were pretty moderate compared to like the kind of stuff it feels like we might need in this day and age. But yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, it wasn't about what she was actually trying to say or her points or the way she was saying it. It was just, oh my god, a woman speaking about video games. What is this? That was the general knee-jerk reaction from the, you know, the manlets back then. Well, hey, Hugo, if you made it out, I am proud of you and happy for you. It's very easy to fall victim to the propaganda and the brainwashing. Very easy. Yeah, Doom Red Shirt. People do that. People do anchor their personalities into the things they enjoy, which, you know, I understand. I mean, it's not surprising. But it's not a very healthy thing to do, because you should be able to, you know, be your own person that has tastes and hobbies and all that without it defining you. Meaning if someone doesn't like the same thing you do, it's not an attack on your person, right? Or if something you enjoy isn't perfect or has stuff that can be discussed and you know, it doesn't mean you're an awful person for enjoying it. It's just, you know, nothing is that simple. Anyway, how about we play some Mass Effect? Because I really want to play some Mass Effect. We have a military career to advance. Very quiet all of a sudden. Sounds of war, the smell of burning bodies. Quick loading times, yeah, very impressive. I mean, I would hope so. This computer was built 20 years after the game. You would hope that it would load it fast. But it's not always the case, so, you know. Alright, so I'm pretty sure we were done with setting all the buttons. That's the tactical thing. Yes. Flashback to the Fallout 4 loading screens. Oh my god. Disgusting. Because I'm new here, apologies for the questions, but is taking everything so the standard Daniel Matt pace? Yes. However long someone takes to play a video game, you multiply it by 3 to 5 and you get my pace, typically. It's not intentional. That's just the way I play games. I like taking everything in, enjoying the little details, and having also random conversations sometimes. You get used to it. Most people do, or they leave, I guess. Okay, just confirming. First aid was R, that was the weird one. Tab, rally, and attack was X. Okay. Okay, holster. The combat camera is very close to the character. Are those enemies or whatever? Hold on. I don't wanna eliminate part of the planet's ecosystem if I don't have to. Oh, can I talk to people during a mission?
Smells like smoke and death.
It's very goth. Smells like smoke and death.
Oh God, what happened here?
Well, what do you mean, Jenkins? You wanted action. You get it. That's what you wanted.
Oh God, what happened here?
See, I knew. As soon as this guy would see some real action, he was gonna start being a coward.
Eden Prime will never be the same again.
That's true.
Check your targets. Could be friendlies.
Okay.
We should move, Commander.
All right.
Smells like smoke and death. Oh God, what happened here?
Enemy! Oh, okay. Let's be careful. I don't know how much.
What the hell are those?
Gas bags. Don't worry, they're harmless.
Okay. So we're not killing them, is what I hear. Although they could make for great target practice. Hold on. I have to try. X. Hello? They're not attacking. Mom? My squad mates are not obeying my orders.
To me.
To me! That's the rallying one. What's middle button again? Oh, it's the zoom thing, right? Yeah. And that's movement. Yep. Okay, well, I think we're gonna try our weapons. Let's see. Damn! Damn! Are you sure you're in the military, Kaiden? How are you? Have you never heard a gun before? Dude's not ready for combat, if that's his reaction to me shooting one of those things. That's a loud gun, holy crap. Dude, it's so loud. I don't think I can change that without changing the whole sound effect. We'll have to get used to the very loud guns. It's gonna feel like combat. I don't want to kill the wildlife if I don't have to. Listen, it's just... Okay, I got some money, some things, some stuff. Okay. I don't know what any of that was. Can we know? Equipment? Okay, I'm assuming that's credits. Or of some kind. That... I don't know. That I don't know, but it's like consumable, it seems, since there's 5 out of 5. And that's medkits, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Oh, yeah, hold on. We have to deal with the upgrades first. Whoa, what is the... Okay, the camera's shaking a lot when you sprint. Look at this, like, that's me running. And that's me sprinting. Fucking action cam. Also, my guy got tired running just a little bit. That always baffles me in military games when people have such low endurance. Stamina. I don't know. Again, I've never been in the military, so I don't know. It feels like you should be able to sprint for a little bit more than that. I understand it's a gaming thing, but as an obese man, I can run further than that. I mean, at least, yeah, I could probably do that same run. I mean, okay, there's, you know, they're wearing probably like very likely heavy equipment. That plays a role. I'm not sure I could run, you know, with like a, I don't know, 50 kilos pack or something for that distance without being tired, but. Oh yeah, maybe the gravity. That's true. Alright, so I've decided that for my squad mates, I was gonna use auto level up. I slept on it, I thought about it. I think it's interesting. Again, like my logic is, I don't know what kind of companions I'm gonna get later. I don't want to start building one in a certain way and then maybe another one gets, you know, like let's say I start building first aid and then later we have someone that's really good at healing or whatever. I think I'm gonna use auto level up. Although now that I'm about to click on the button, I'm having second thoughts. No, I think I'm gonna use auto level up for my companions. It just makes more sense. They're their own personality, right? They're their own people. I don't decide what they do. I think that's fair. What's up, other shepherd? We already have a shepherd here. I'm gonna call you clone, if that's okay. What's up, shepherd? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I feel pretty good about that. Get decryption and you get throw. Okay. Fair enough, works for me. We'll see. We'll see. We'll when we start getting more companions, if I notice that the auto level up kind of sends them all in sort of like the same path, maybe I'll take a little bit of control. But for now, I think I'm okay with that. Oh yeah, we had some codex stuff to look at. Hold on. Hold on. So that's our assortment of weapons. The development of practical manufacturing. Okay, I didn't know that word. Is manufacturing an actual term in engineering? Omnitools allows modern I understand what it means. It's just I didn't know it existed. Omnitools allows modern militaries a great deal of flexibility in equipment loadouts. A vast number of field modification kits or upgrades are available for common equipment such as weapons, armor, omnitools, biotic amps, and even grenades. An upgrade kit typically consists of less than a dozen unique parts and an optical storage disk. When loaded into an omnitool, the OSD provides all technical specifications required to manufacture the tools and additional parts necessary to install the upgrade onto another piece of equipment. Assembly is typically modular, and installation can be completed in less than a minute. Since omnitools are designed to use common battlefield salvage materials such as plastic, ceramics, and light materials rendered into semi-molten omnigel for quick use, it is quite possible for a trained soldier carrying upgrade kits to customize gear on the battlefield to fit the current tactical situation. I think this is very good. I like the idea of them trying to justify like game mechanics with lore. I always think that's a good driver for interesting lore. You have game mechanics, you're trying to make them feel immersive, so you come up with like, you know, explanations for it. Like the idea of omnigel, right? It's like this nondescript upgrade resource. It's just, you know, a bunch of materials rendered into a substance that then the what's it called, like the omnitool can use. I think that's fun. That's a fun way of doing lore. I like it. I don't know how realistic it is, obviously, but I like the concept.
Roughly.
Yeah, okay, we read about the Turians.
50,000.
We haven't read about the Protheans. So let's hear the Protheans lore.
50,000 years ago, the Protheans were the only spacefaring species in the galaxy. They vanished in a swift galactic extinction. Only the legacy of their empire remains. They are believed to have built the mass relays and the Citadel, which have allowed numerous species to explore and expand throughout the galaxy. Prothean ruins are found on worlds across the galaxy. While surprisingly intact for their age, functioning examples of Prothean paleotechnology are rare. Time and generations of looters have picked their dead cities and derelict stations clean. Some believe the Protheans meddled in the evolution of younger races. The Hanar homeworld of Kadje, for example, shows clear evidence of former Prothean occupation. The presence of a former Prothean observation post on Mars has caused a rebirth of interventionary evolutionists among humans. These individuals believe the god myths of ancient civilizations are misremembered encounters with aliens.
Okay. I like that. I am excited to explore Prothean ruins eventually.
Spectres are agents from the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance and answer only to the Citadel Council. They are elite military operatives, granted the authority to deal with threats to peace and stability in whatever way they deem necessary. They operate independently or in groups of 2 or 3. Some are empathetic peacekeepers, resolving disputes through diplomacy. Others are cold-blooded assassins, ruthlessly dispatching problem individuals. All get the job done one way or another, often operating outside the bounds of galactic law.
Nice.
The Spectres were founded after the Solarians joined the Council. For many years, they operated in secrecy as backroom problem solvers. Only after the Krogan rebellions did their activities become publicized. Assignment of a Spectre is less contentious than a military deployment, but makes it clear that the Council is concerned about a situation.
Okay. I will say the game throws a lot of stuff your way. If you're reading like the codex, there's so many like races, locations, events, and it's a lot. But you know, as someone who's read plenty of sci-fi and written a bunch of them, it doesn't bother me too much. I'm used to like sort of, you know, you get all that information, you just store it somewhere in your brain. You're like, yeah, this will come up later if it needs to, right? I'm like, I don't mind not understanding everything, right? But I can see some people being, whoa, you know, like that's a lot of stuff. I'm not even gonna bother with the codex.
Humanity's first contact with an alien race occurred in 2157. At that time, the Alliance allowed survey.
Oh, we read that one already.
The Systems Alliance is an independent supranational government.
This one too.
Humanity's first contact.
Yeah.
The Terminus systems are
haven't.
located on the far side of the Attican Traverse, beyond the space administered by the Citadel Council or claimed by the Human Systems Alliance. It is populated by a loose affiliation of minor species, united only in their refusal to acknowledge the political authority of the Council or adhere to the Citadel Conventions. Their independence comes at a price. The Terminus is fraught with conflict. War among the various species is common, as governments and dictators constantly rise and fall. The region is a haven for illegal activities, particularly piracy and the slave trade. At least once a year, a fleet from the Terminus invades the nearby Attican Traverse. These attacks are typically small raids against poorly defended colonies. The Council rarely retaliates, as sending patrols into the Terminus systems could unify the disparate species against their common foe, triggering a long and costly war.
Makes sense. I like the idea of the Terminus system. I want to go there. I want to live there. Sounds great. No, it does not. But I like the idea of, you know, this sort of dark place in the galaxy that's a little less overruled by the you know, the government and all that. It sounds like that's where you would find the most interesting people, you know. But the space Wild West, yeah, very much so. I feel like a lot of interesting stories are gonna happen over there. I'm looking forward to exploring it. Alright, so squad's done. Do I have any, like, Omnigel? I don't think I have any upgrades to do. Oh, mods. Ah, okay, no, I don't have anything yet, of course. Alright, let's finally get on with the mission. Nihilus is probably done already. He's probably done the mission by himself. We're gonna find him and he's gonna be like, oh, you decided to show up. I'm already done.
God, what happened here?
Said that already. Hold tab to switch weapons for your squad. Okay, Jenkins, assault rifle, Kaiden, pistol. Great. I love that. I'm gonna put that one on 5. And we'll see if I'm gonna use it or not in that way. What's up, Quasi? I'm sorry, I stopped to read the encyclopedia for a while. Oh. Oh! Good job. Wait, is that Jenkins? Oh, Jenkins, you fool! What have you done?
Rip right through the shields. We're out of chance.
Oh my god, what an idiot. I bet this playthrough is the longest Jenkins has ever lived. It might be, I don't know. Survived one entire stream. Oh my god, what's up, Credo? What's up, Gibraltar? What's up, Lunigan? What's the most time I've ever saw him alive? Yeah, we gave Jenkins his 15 minutes of fame, I guess. I said it yesterday. The way that dude was like, I want some real action, I was like, this guy's gonna die. That's foreshadowing right there. It's starting to feel like the David Cage marathon. No, this is, I think this is a way better game than anything David Cage has ever pulled out. I hope so, at least. But it has a bit of that old school sort of jank to it. I like that. It's funny though. That was funny. He deserves a burial. We can't help him now. Forget about him. I don't know what it did to deserve a burial, but it feels like that's the military correct thing to do, right? Like, your fallen comrade, you want them to have the proper send-off, right? Yeah, we'll hopefully we'll just call someone to get his body or something.
We'll see that he receives a proper service once the mission is complete. But I need you to stay focused.
Well,
Aye, aye, sir.
That's that then. That was fast. We got over it very quickly. You fool of a man. You absolute idiot. I told him to be careful. I did my job. I don't know why everyone would want to blame me for this. Credo. I told him to be careful. What else can I do? He went to boot camp, probably, like everyone else. He should have been able to do, you know. That Medigel is needed to heal injured squad members. Medigel can be used to bypass decryption and electronic challenges. Both can be acquired by defeating enemies and opening containers. Press R to Medigel your squad. Do we need to? Oh yeah, Kaiden's a little hurt. Okay, R. Nice. So that's a squad-wide heal. That's pretty impressive. Too late for Jenkins. Yep. Unfortunately. Hold on, so that's Medigel, yeah. That's Omnigel? that's Omnigel. That's credits, I'm assuming. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Jenkins is dead, but you have to press on to the dig site. Yep. Well, I mean, that's... It's only the two of us now. Weapons, armors, and equipment.
Kinetic barriers, more commonly called shields, provide protection against most mass accelerator weapons. Whether on a starship or a soldier's suit of armor, the basic principle remains the same. Kinetic barriers are repulsive mass effect fields, projected from tiny emitters. These shields safely deflect small objects traveling at rapid velocities. This affords protection from bullets and other dangerous projectiles, but still allows the user to sit down without knocking away their chair. The shielding afforded by kinetic barriers does not protect against extremes of temperature, toxins, or radiation.
Fair enough. I'm still not sure exactly how the Mass Effect stuff works. Like, they mentioned it in the intro, right? Like, they found the Proteans and then the Mass Effect technology. I'm not sure exactly how that pertains to not only allowing people to have shields, but also allowing space travel, interstellar space travel. I'm sure we'll learn about exactly how it works in time, but mass accelerator weapons. So it is definitely something that acts on the mass of objects or particles, right? I'm just not sure exactly how yet. I'm sure we'll learn. Alright, well, it's only me and Kaiden now. Oh, oh, oh! Nice shot!
I've got some burned out buildings here, Shepard. A lot of bodies. I'm gonna check it out. I'll try to catch up with you at the dig site.
Roger, Nihilus. No, I didn't read what the tutorial said. Can I do this? As you gain levels, use the squad screen to improve team's ability. Press escape. Okay. What's up, Miss Shiver? The fuck was that? Yeah, his name was actually like L. Jenkins, so it's most likely a reference to the League of World of Warcraft player. Yeah. Very cool. What's up, Soitsu? It depends. I go through phases, Soitsu. For me, I go through phases. I do tend to find that I like sci-fi better, in general. I think sci-fi is... Well, okay, hold on. I do think I lean towards sci-fi-esque aesthetic and vibes, but a lot of my favorite stories are not really science fiction. They have a science fiction envelope, right? They like futuristic or something, but they're really more like, you know, it's the same conundrum as people say, you know, like we call Star Wars sci-fi, but Star Wars is just fantasy with a sci-fi aesthetic, right? That's typically the kind of story that I enjoy the most. I don't enjoy when the science fiction gets in the way of the story. I'm fine with like hard sci-fi stories. I think they can be entertaining. They're usually not my favorite though. My favorite is usually when the sci-fi is just the aesthetic and it still plays with the freedom of a fantasy story. If that makes sense. Which I think Mass Effect does that really well, you know? Like, it's not, you know, it's not like super hard sci-fi. They take a lot of liberties. There's, you know, it doesn't feel like it's restricted by its sci-fi approach in terms of the powers you can have and the, you know. So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I do tend to be more into sci-fi than fantasy. fantasy generally. But again, it's all about phases with me. I really love dark fantasy, for instance, which doesn't have very much to do with sci-fi whatsoever. But I also do... Like, some of my favorite stories of all time are sci-fi adjacent. They're sort of like... They feel like contemporary realistic stories, but they have a little sci-fi edge to it. Or even a little fantasy edge. Something like, you know, all those like magical realism or stuff like that, right? That tends to be the ones I really enjoy. I think Disco Elysium is a perfect example. It feels very realistic and grounded into reality, but there's a whole sci-fi angle to it, some supernatural elements that are hard to explain. I love that. Something like Lost or, you know, The Leftovers, even, like my favorite TV show of all time, The Leftovers. A little bit sci-fi adjacent edge to it. I like that. Yeah. Okay, I need to try that sniper rifle. Holy, that is loud as fuck. Yeah, I'm so sorry that the sounds are so loud, but I can't really lower the sounds any more than that. Because if I do, we won't be able to hear anything. Although, I don't know, is the game a little loud in general? Yeah, that's still pretty loud, isn't it? It's fine? Just the weapons? Okay. Well, I guess the fighting is gonna be really loud. Use tab to issue order to your squad. X to attack. Q or E have a specific quad mate move to a point of attack. Oh, can I use... Yeah, I've done that before. I've actually... Oh, shit! No, rally. Dude, Kaiden's just ripping everything. Okay, now he's shooting a 3 though. No. Please. Kaiden. That tree had it coming, man. How did you take cover like that? Hold on. Can I do that? Oh! There's automatic cover! Holy fuck! Okay, that's awesome. I did not realize that was a thing. Can I get... Oh, let's go. Where's Jenkins? Listen. Jenkins realized he wasn't cut out for this war, and we sent him back home with his family. He's fine. Okay? And we will not speak about Jenkins anymore. Like, I can tell that I've played so much extraction shooters lately. I was trying to avoid Kaiden's bullets, which I'm sure don't damage me. But I was trying to, like, not get in the line of fire. That doesn't sound accurate. Listen. I dare you to prove otherwise. Medigel. Okay, nice. This is pretty good. Oh. I was gonna say the gameplay is pretty good. You can tell it's aged a bit, but... Uh-oh. That can be good. I love the pink and white armor, though. That looks badass. Ashley Williams. Oh, that gun feels good.
Thanks for your help, Commander. I didn't think I was gonna make it.
We got you. Ooh. J.J. Abrams was here, apparently. Nice lens flare. Yeah, so what I was trying to say before the cutscene is the gunplay feels okay. You know, I can tell it aged a little bit. But it feels good. It feels decent. I don't know how much they improved it in the Legendary Edition, but maybe the normal difficulty helps. Like the enemies are definitely not spongy whatsoever. Like everything dies pretty fast, which makes it feel pretty good. This came out before Star Trek 209, so maybe JJ style lens flare, stole lens flare from Mass Effect, unless this is a Legendary Edition thing. I don't know, but yeah, no, the lens flares were absolutely popular at the time. Yeah, no, I think the game looks great, honestly. I'm pretty impressed. Yeah, you can tell it's a product of its time, but I'm assuming the remaster helps a lot with the textures and just overall resolution. I think it looks good. I mean, you know, you can't fool me that this is not an Unreal Engine 3 game. I even called it yesterday before looking it up. Like you can tell it's Unreal Engine 3. Like it feels like it. I don't know if that makes sense to any of you, but if you've played through that era of game, it's sort of like it feels a certain way and it looks a certain way. But yeah, no, I think it, you know, all things considered, I think it still looks pretty good today. Pretty happy with it. All right, let's talk to Ashley Williams. Badass armor, love it. Are those? Oh, hold on. What is going on with this? Oh, okay. It's just a tech. I thought it was like a split toe thing, which would have been a little weird. But no, it's just a boot thing. Hey, what's up, Timmy? How are you doing? Thank you. So do you, I'm sure. Looks like a tabby boot. Yeah, no, I like your armor. It looks badass. Alright, let's talk.
Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams of the 212. You the one in charge here, sir?
Okay, I don't know what a gunnery chief is. I know it's an army rank, but I don't understand what it means. White Wolf, help me. What's a gunnery chief? I don't love the boob armor, but it's definitely a product of the time. I mean, would it make more sense if it was just like, you know, like normal armor would probably cover everything up anyway, right? It doesn't need to be fitting in that way. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to think like if it's more like almost like a diving suit kind of sort of situation, right? Where the material's flexible or whatever. I don't know. Did you play Silent Hill 2? I have not. I haven't played any of the Silent Hill games. I would love to play the remake of Silent Hill 2 at some point. I've never played Silent Hill. I was a Resident Evil kid. When Silent Hill came out, I wasn't... Well, okay, when Silent Hill 2 was a PlayStation 2 game. I wasn't gaming very much at the time. I was doing other things in my life, and it was like sort of it was after the very heavy 90s gaming era of my life that culminated into doing LANs every weekend and all that at late 90s, early 2000s. And then I had a phase where I wasn't gaming very much anymore. I don't know. I had my first girlfriend at the time. I was in music a lot, and I basically like sort of moved away from gaming for a few years. I played a couple of like major games at the time, but yeah, there was definitely a period of my life there where I wasn't gaming so much anymore. And I think Silent Hill just fell through the cracks. I never got to it. Yeah. Gunner Chief would be a Marine rank, equivalent of the E7, which is a senior non-commissioned officer in charge of training around 100 troops. Drill instructor for full FMJ would be a gunnery sergeant. Okay, interesting. Thank you. I mean, I'm sure it's pretty loose, like Teru said. But I was just curious what the real life equivalent would be. You do not want the plate to be fitted like that, because if you get hit in the middle, it's going to crumple inwards. Yeah. Yeah, like most medieval armor, for instance, is actually like angled outward, right? It has like a sort of culminate in the middle to deflect blows more easily. Which, you know, medieval armor, obviously we've improved a lot in that department. I'm sure we make better protection now. Most ballistic protection right now is just flat. But yeah, just means she's in a new recruit. Yeah. But hey, you know what? I will say that she looks badass in that armor, regardless of the efficiency. I like the pink and white. I think it's a very cool color scheme. I understand the idea that, yeah, it's a bit of a stereotype. Of course, the girl has a pink armor and you know, visible curves. I understand it's kind of a little bit silly, but I do think the pink and white color scheme looks good. I think it's pretty cool. Are you okay? What happened here? We're on a mission. Well, first of all, are you okay?
Are you wounded, Williams?
A few scrapes and burns, nothing serious. The others weren't so lucky. Oh man. We were patrolling the perimeter when the attack hit. We tried to get off a distress call, but they cut off our communications. I've been fighting for my life ever since.
The fact that it covers their entire body makes it above average for female armor effectiveness in video games. That's true. No, but I understand it's a little bit stereotypical. Yeah. What happened to your unit?
Where's the rest of your squad?
We tried to double back to the beacon, but we walked into an ambush. I don't think any of the others... I think I'm the only one left.
Don't blame yourself. What killed them? You abandoned them? Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm not gonna say that. Don't blame yourself. What killed them? So this is like good, neutral, bad is the way I'm reading this. I'm gonna keep the white and pink armor colors so cool tucked away for later. Okay, if you're gonna use that against me later when I don't use the pink and white armor available to me. I just have my favorite color scheme for myself. Doesn't mean I can't find others looking good. Okay. My color of choice will always be black and yellow. If there's anything black and yellow-ish, I will go for it. Don't blame yourself. We just need her to be focused, so we need to alleviate the responsibility and the survivor's guilt, which is probably something she's gonna feel going forward. What's up, Anubis?
This isn't your fault, Williams. You couldn't have done anything to save them.
Yes, sir. We held our position as long as we could, until the Geth overwhelmed us.
The Geth haven't been seen outside the Veil in nearly 200 years. Why are they here now?
The
They
veil.
must have come for the beacon. The dig site is close, just over that rise. It might still be there.
Okay, so clearly the captain was right. Other species have heard of the beacon being uncovered, and they're trying to get it. The Geth being one of them. Interesting. I'm assuming they were those like robot-looking things. What's up, Goose? How are you doing today? Join us, take us there, stay here. Take us there.
You're coming with us, Williams. We need that beacon.
Aye, aye, sir. It's time for payback.
Oh shit! I like her already. She wants revenge for her fallen comrades. What's up, Miss Pookums? How are you doing today? You're in luck, a slot just opened. Yeah, just us. We just have a free spot in my 3-man team. It's perfect. Don't mind if we call you Jenkins. Okay, listen. She's in the what's it called, like in a car? The spot where, you know, like the danger, the dead man spot or whatever. No, not the blind spot. The seat that, you know, where most, you know, that has the lowest chance of survival in case of a crash. I think there's a term for it in French. I'm sure there's one in English too. What's up, Archeesy? How are you doing today? I'm good, just working. How's your day so far? It's pretty good. Playing Mass Effect, very happy. Good luck with work. Dead man's seat? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. In French, we say la place du mort, which means, you know, the seat that statistically has the least chances of survival, which is the passenger seat, right? Because you would, the driver tends to protect their side like instinctively. I just had an idea for an RPG where one of your party member slots just constantly dies in increasingly ridiculous ways. That's pretty funny, Quasi. I would write the shit out of that game. Maybe we should start a development studio. Make a small indie game like that. But yeah, Ashley can be my E spot in my team. I have Q and E spots, right, for the order buttons. She's in my E spot. E is the danger spot right now. Already 0 for 1. Alright, let's investigate. What about the Geth?
What else do you know about the Geth?
Just what I remember from history class back in school. They're synthetics, non-organic life forms with limited AI programming, created by the Quarians a few centuries ago. They were supposed to be a source of cheap labor, but ended up turning on the Quarians and drove them into exile.
Oh.
Well, after that, they just kind of disappeared behind the Perseus Veil.
That's rad.
Nobody's really heard much from them since.
The Perseus Veil. Okay, that has to be like a region of the galaxy, I'm assuming. So they were created as like AI slaves, basically, and then turned against their creators. Okay. Kind of makes me feel bad about killing them a little bit. You know, I'm thinking about the workers, you know, the workers' rights and all that. Poor Geths. Yeah, shocked Pikachu face, exactly. It's like, oh, unbelievable. We made smart robot slaves and they turned against us? How could we have foreseen this? Get out of here when you were killing them. I didn't know what they were called. And I will not going forward, Timmy. Because it sounds ridiculous. I'm sorry to hear, Archie. I hope it gets better. Actually, it's kind of cool so far. I like that her eyeliner's on point, even on the field of battle. So is mine, by the way. Before Doom Red Shirt says anything. I'm anticipating. Alright, what about the beacon? I'm curious about the Perseus Veil thing. That sounds intriguing. I like the name. Fingers were on the keyboard and everything.
Tell me everything you know about the beacon.
They were doing some digging out here to extend the monorail and expand the colony. A few weeks ago, they unearthed some Prothean ruins and the beacon. Suddenly, every scientific expert in the colony was interested. That's when they brought us in to secure the site. I don't know much about the beacon itself, but I heard one of the researchers say this could be the biggest scientific discovery of the century.
Okay. What about the scientists?
What happened to the researchers at the dig site?
I don't know. They set up camp near the beacon. The 232 was with them. Maybe their unit fared better than mine.
Alright, well, we'll have to look at that before the attack.
Describe what happened leading up to the attack.
We were sent out a couple of nights ago from the main colony to secure the area. Seemed like a routine patrol, until the Geth hit us. We never knew they were coming.
Interesting. Why would the, like, if the Geth disappeared after, you know, revolting against their creators, why would they specifically come back for this? That's interesting. And the scientists, oh no, wait, is that the same?
What happened to the researchers at the dig site?
I don't know. They set up camp near the beacon. The 232 was with them. Maybe their unit fared better than mine.
What about Nihilus? Have you seen him?
Have you seen a Turian Spectre around here?
There aren't any Turians on Eden Prime. None that I've ever met. Not sure I'd be able to tell if one was a Spectre anyway.
If you saw this guy, you'd know. Carries enough firepower to wipe out a whole platoon. Luckily, he's on our side.
Sorry. Like I said, no Turians.
Well, I mean, he's supposed to be a infiltrator spy type thing, right? Like, it's actually pretty good sign that nobody has seen him. Otherwise, I would question his abilities. You know. If you know about spies, they're probably not very good spies. Yeah, exactly, White Wolf. Well, let's go then.
Move out.
This is why James Bond's the world's shittiest spy. Well, we know about him because the story is about him. I don't know if other people do. Right? Press escape to go to the squad screen and spend talent points for new squad members. Okay. What do you do, Ashley? Oh, you're a soldier too. Oh, convenient. Replaces our fallen friend. Toggle helmet. Okay. Black hair. I'm not mad at that. Maybe he was going to turn around his career into something less clandestine. That one's reaching a little bit, Timmy. I know you've said before that I shouldn't have any expectations. That my mistake is having expectations. But that one is reaching a little bit, even for you. Alright, auto level up. What do you do? Overkill. Okay, same thing as Jenkins would have done, which I'm assuming is a basic soldier sort of build. I'm okay with that. That's fine. We set the bar on the ground and I make sure to bring my shovel. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, obviously, I'm a soldier too, but I'm mostly gonna probably spend points in like the roleplay abilities, right? Charm, Intimidate, probably a lot of HP so I don't die, because I don't know if my squad mates die, I can revive them maybe, or heal them. If I die, I'm assuming it's game over. So that seems like a good play, and leave like the pure damage to my buddies or something. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, I'm getting Paragon and Renegade points in pretty equal measure so far. Okay. Interesting. Everyone has got the exact same amount of XP. That's interesting. I'm assuming it's like shared. But then we have updates in the Codex.
The Geth are a humanoid race of networked AIs. They were created by the Quarians 300 years ago as tools of labor and war. When the Geth showed signs of self-evolution, the Quarians attempted to exterminate them. The Geth won the resulting war. This example has led to legal, systematic repression of artificial intelligences in galactic society. The Geth possess a unique distributed intelligence. An individual has rudimentary animal instincts, but as their numbers and proximity increase, the apparent intelligence of each individual improves. In groups, they can reason, analyze situations, and use tactics, as well as any organic race. Geth space is located at the trailing end of the Perseus Arm, beyond the lawless Terminus systems. The Perseus Veil, an obscuring dark nebula of opaque gas and dust, lies between their space and the Terminus systems.
Oh, that's so rad. I love that, lore-wise. I like the idea of, like, now it makes sense, right? The Perseus Veil, a dark nebula, dust, gases, and all that, that hides a portion of space from, you know, light coming out and everything. That's so sick. Like, the idea of, like, an even darker area of the Terminus system, you know? That's pretty cool. I like that. That's really, really cool. Also, I really like the concept of it, almost like ants, right? Like when you put them all together and they work as a like sort of a singular swarm type unit, they can solve more complex problems. Like an ant by itself doesn't really do very much, right? But put a group of ants together and see them solve problems, like the kind, like you can see videos of that on the internet. It's quite fascinating. I think that's really cool. What an interesting take on AI creations. I think that's really interesting. When they showed signs of self-evolution, they tried to exterminate them, and then obviously they revolted against that. Okay. I wonder what we'll do when ChatGPT starts showing signs of self-evolution. It's not gonna happen, but you know, different things built together. Okay, I think we're good. Let me save. I haven't saved in a while. I don't know if there's auto saves in the game. Actually, that should be something I should look at. There is auto saves, but it doesn't seem to happen very often. Okay. Let's see. A little bit of loot. Oh, there it is.
The beacon's at the far end of this trench.
Okay, Williams.
We thought this world was safe until the Geth showed up. It used to be beautiful here. Somebody's gonna pay for this. Let's get the bastards.
My only
we should move.
issue with the game so far is really sound balancing.
Showed up.
I think the sound balance could be better.
Smells like smoke and death.
But that's something that happens in every fucking game, even like to this day. Ooh! Armor piercing rounds? And chemical rounds. How do I take it? Hello? Oh, take all? I see. What's in there? a Scorpion light armor. Take all. All right, equipment. Let's see. So if I equip this one, I have better tech and biotics, I have better shields, but I have less damage protection. Hey, kind of looks cool. Aren't you... You're a biotic, right? Hold on. Yeah, this would be a straight up improvement for Kaiden. How about you? What you got? Okay, hold on. See, I was hoping maybe the armor would be just the same shape on everyone, but no, it adapts to the body of the wearer. Wait, does that mean that I can... Hold on. Hey! Hey, look at that. It actually, hey, listen. I'm gonna reiterate what I said before. It looks badass. I like how it looks. I think it's a great color scheme. I've seen worse. What's up, Naz? I do need more damage protection though. And the shields are equivalent, and I don't need the tech. So I'm gonna go back to my normal N7 armor. I think Ashley is gonna stick with the extra damage protection, and we're gonna give the biotic, because this one's just a straight upgrade for him on every account. So let's go for that. How are you today, Naz? Can we switch outfits? Listen, fashion's important. If you're gonna die for the Alliance, you're gonna look good doing it. Ammo upgrade. Armor piercing. Specifically designed to puncture metal. These rounds are particularly effective against synthetic targets. Plus 15% damage against synthetics. Okay, I'm gonna equip that. Can I? Hell yeah. And oh wait, can I equip that on every weapon? Oh no, okay. I wonder if it was like, now we have like the blueprint, we can put that on everything. No. Chemical rounds. Popular with pirates, criminals, and mercenaries, these rounds are coated with highly toxic compound. Plus 30% toxic damage for 5 seconds. I'm gonna give that to Kaiden, but on his pistol. I think. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Like that. And I'm putting the armor piercing rounds on my... hold on, should I put that on my sniper rifle? No, I think it's good on the assault rifle. If I'm sniping people, they're far enough. I don't have to worry about them. Assault is more for shit hits the fan up close. Alright, cool. We're slowly... What was that? Was that our armor regenerating or something? I don't know. This does not look great. What the fuck are they doing with this? Wait. Oh. They're leaving them out to dry in the sun? Like, what the hell? Or burning them? Run to the waypoint to take cover behind the rock. Okay, run! Take cover! Oh god, it's not working! Oh, weapon drawn. Okay. Move to the edge of cover, press left button to fire. Okay, fair enough. So what if I... Approaching a low object... Crouch... Oh! Okay. it's not getting me in cover. Oh my god. Press G for a grenade. I feel like my grenade did nothing. I don't know. Okay, this guy is not moving out of cover. I'm gonna flank him. Oh god, there's more! The shotgun flanks! Okay, these ones are already a little tankier. Whew, okay. Yeah, I don't know, my grenade, that was very weird. Hold on, I need to try that again. Oh, those are grenades, I think. Medigel grenades. Omnigel credits. I think that's what it is. Okay, hold on, I gotta try grenades again. Let's... Those are the weirdest grenades I've ever seen! Why are we throwing them like frisbees? What is... I'm sorry. Again, I'm not a military person. I'm not a weapons guy. I don't know much about them. Those look like the least useful grenades I've ever seen. The fact that they're flying like a disc... I think I can see the point in space battles. Why not, right? Like if there's low gravity or whatever, you know, sure. At least it you know, it goes in a straight line, or you can maybe like get it to stick to like structures or whatever. But it's such a long fuse. I wonder if there's a button that I can press to make them blow up faster. I need to find more grenades though before I experiment with that. I need to figure out if yeah, if I can make them explode faster. There's a tutorial still here for me getting into cover. What's up? Megan Fox wants me. That's a username right there. Megan Fox wants me. We all wish. We all wish. So I was here. What I'm assuming happened is that, because I thought it was gonna be like a normal grenade, right? Like you just lob a grenade and then it blows up. So I kind of aimed towards here, so what I'm assuming happened is that the disc went all the way to the back wall and just blew up back there like 5 seconds later. That's what I'm assuming happened. Okay, I'm gonna have to adapt with those grenades. They don't work the way typical grenades would. Ooh, assault rifle, and a sniper rifle. Okay. Exciting, exciting. That's the dig site. That's where the beacon was supposed to be, no? Uh-oh. The Geth stole it already. Shit. We're too late.
Impaling victims instead of just shooting them. There must be some reason behind it.
Classic psychological warfare. They're using terror as a weapon.
Could be. Could be.
That man was still alive when they stuck him on the spike.
Killing us isn't enough. The Geth want us to suffer.
I love the little chatter. That very old school RPG type stuff.
Somebody's gonna pay for this.
Eden Prime will never be the same again.
Okay. Equipment. I got new weapons. The Banshee. More damage per second. Less sustain. And less accuracy. Okay. But what does it look like? Transfer upgrades to the new item. I love a good quality of life. That's awesome. Oh wait, does it just look the same? Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's the original one, the Lancer. What's up, Final Destination? Oh, Death Destination. Sorry, interesting. Okay, the Avenger. Oh wait, I have 3 new guns. Hold on. I didn't realize. Yeah, we have 2 new assault rifles. One of them's just strictly better, except accuracy. And this one is slightly better damage-wise, but less sustain. Okay, this one has really low accuracy, which I'm not sure. I don't know if I want to deal with the really low accuracy. I like the red though, it looks cool. We'll try. We'll try to see what the accuracy looks like. Now, Ashley, you are gonna go with the Banshee. No upgrades. What else did I pick up? A new sniper rifle. Let's see. More damage, worse accuracy, better ink sink, heat sink capacity. Sure. Okay, it's just red. Basically, it just changes the color, is what I can tell. I was hoping, like, it seems to be like a different manufacturer. I was hoping maybe the appearance would be a little more different, but fair enough. For all intents and purposes, it is Final Destination. It's actually not. I've played the game on release 20 years ago, but I do not remember any of it, and I didn't have the DLCs because I don't think they were out at the time. So I pretty much don't remember. Like, I remember of the series, I remember the sort of that's what I was explaining yesterday. Is I remember there's a big threat in the plot that threatens the galaxy, right? That's pretty much how much I remember of it. It's like if this was Star Wars, I remember there's the Empire, and you know, they're bad guys. That's how much I remember of the sort of plot and everything. I don't remember almost anything about the characters. I remember Rex's name because of the meme. The Shepard Rex meme. I remember Garrus is called Garrus because, I don't know, he's just a very well-known character, I guess. That's about how much I remember. I have no memory of Kaiden. I have no memory of Ashley. So yeah. Virtually speaking, we're treating it as a first playthrough. Did we level up? We did. Oh my, 6 points? Okay, that's crazy. That's a huge amount of points for 1 level up. Oh wait, why do I get more? That seems unfair. I guess I technically have more, I do have like the roleplay stuff to upgrade, which my squad mates don't. But seems like a lot of points. Okay, so what we're gonna do right away, I think, is gonna max this. I'm gonna put all my points in the roleplay points. And then I do like the idea of the adrenaline burst, resetting cooldown times. I mean, I don't have a lot of cooldowns except overkill, but restores 30% of your shield per second. That's pretty rad. Immunity reduces health damage by 75%. That's crazy. Does not reduce damage to shields. That seems really strong. Hmm. This seems good because it increases all damage, right? And then it unlocks fitness. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna do that. Can I say something about the difference to the original in this context? Let me think. Is it about the Legendary Edition leveling system? Because I remember changing that, well, choosing that option, right? There's like the Legendary leveling and there's a normal leveling. Some balance, yeah, okay. Which I guess explains the bunch of points, because there's half as many levels. So maybe it gives you more points every time you level up. Something like that. Would make sense. Yeah, I mean, it's I guess it's better to be cautious just in case it gives me information I would not want. I appreciate you being careful. Okay, what's auto level up do for Kaiden? Electronics, okay. Sure. Works for me. Overload damages enemy shields within a certain radius. I need to start using their abilities during combat. I think I've set them to use their abilities defensively only, right? So that the offensive abilities are available to me when I need them. What do you get? You get shield boost, and you get a bunch of assault rifle. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I like that. I like the auto level up for the companions. Makes them feel more like their own people. I don't have to deal with that. Got some new codex information.
Combat hard suits use a dual-layer system to protect the wearer. The inner layer consists of fabric armor with kinetic padding. Areas that don't need to be flexible, such as the chest or shins, are reinforced with sheets of lightweight, ablative ceramic. The outer layer consists of automatically generated kinetic barriers. Objects traveling above a certain speed will trigger the barrier's reflex system and be deflected, provided there is enough energy left in the shield's power cell. Armored hard suits are sealable to protect the wearer from extremes of temperature and atmosphere. Standard equipment includes an onboard mini-frame and a communications, navigation, and sensing suite. The mini-frame is designed to accept and display data from a weapon's smart targeting system to make it easier to locate and eliminate enemies.
It even says that the chest area is not supposed to be flexible. It breaks the rule of Ashley's armor in itself. Yeah, no, I like that, Enktar. It's very, very cool. Also, it reminds me of something. The idea of like a kinetic barrier that only blocks projectiles or that only blocks matter above a certain speed is something that's very popular in sci-fi for one reason. Everyone wants their science fantasy thing, which means you want to have mix, you know, ballistic, like, or rather like firearms with swords and stuff. Cool shit like that, right? The Star Wars sort of thing. So you need to have like shields that block, you know, you need to make basically melee weapons. You need to balance melee weapons so that they're viable in your world, right? That's a thing that a lot of sci-fi writers, science fantasy writers have to deal with. How do you make your melee weapons, your cool melee weapons, be viable? You create kinetic barriers. Only blocks projectile, you know, stuff that goes above certain speeds. So a sword will go through, but a bullet won't. Therefore, you know, melee warriors are actually pretty useful in the field of battle. So that whole logic there. But then it goes further. Because, like, the reaction to that in universe should be, well, we're gonna create firearms that, you know, shoot very slow bullets so that they can pierce the kinetic barriers. And it creates this sort of like reverse, you know, arms race of making sure you can find things that can go through the kinetic barrier. And then you would need to lower the threshold for the kinetic barrier, but then maybe you swing your sword too fast and it gets blocked. Yeah. But yeah, like you would need to, like, you know, get like subsonic ammo and whatever. I don't know, like, how fast. Okay, I'm sure there's been some testing on the internet, but like, how fast is a sword swing or a knife swing or a katana swing or whatever? Like, I'm sure someone has done a video on that on fucking YouTube. Like, how fast would a really fast swing be? Because, like, it can't be that much slower than certain subsonic ammo you can find. In Warhammer 40k, voids only work on energy weapons, torpedoes, kinetic pass. Interesting, yeah. So, like, obviously laser weapons would be much more damaging, but kinetic can go through the void shields and all that. Interesting. 70 kilometers per hour only? Okay, never mind. It's a lot slower than subsonic bullets then. Which subsonic bullets are typically around, like, you know, 300 meters a second or something. That can't be right, Anubis. It had to be faster. I refuse to believe a weapon swing can be faster than 70 kilometers per hour. I mean, I guess I don't know, like, my point of comparison was like thinking about a tennis serve, right? But again, a tennis ball is very light, so it will go fast with a lot less energy. Depends whether you measure the tip or somewhere else. Well, yeah, of course, because there's a what you call like a pivot, an anchor, right? So the closer to the anchor you are, the faster, slower it is. Watch a video on whips. Those can reach some insane speeds. There you go. Whips, weapon of the future. Or wait, rather, the whips rendered useless because of the kinetic barriers. My bad. Indiana Jones wouldn't be very efficient. The crack of the... Yeah. The crack is the whip breaking the sound barrier. Yep. Pretty sure that's true. Alright, let's investigate the dig site.
This is the dig site. The beacon was right here. It must have been moved.
By who? Our side or the Geth?
Hard to say. Maybe we'll know more after we check out the research camp.
Yeah, that's interesting, Gibraltar. You would... a good weapon would be a sort of like... You just have a handle that you can strike someone with slower enough to go through the kinetic barrier, and then you press on the handle, and it like just sort of fires shit in every direction against the body of the person. That would be a lethal weapon. Wait, how about just a shotgun? You put the shotgun against the person's body inside the kinetic barrier and then you shoot. Yeah, knife pistols, gun blades. Final Fantasy VIII knew what they were doing. Gun blades, that's the weapon of the future. Yeah, exactly. Gun blades, man. We'll know more after we check out one of the research camps. Any survivors?
You think anyone got out of here alive?
If they were lucky. Maybe hiding up in the camp. It's just on the top of this ridge, up the ramps.
Alright, well. Someone took...
Change plans, Shepard.
Oh.
There's a small spaceport up ahead. I want to check it out. I'll wait for you there.
Presumably, the Geth would have brought the beacon to that spaceport to get it off-world.
Let's get the bastards.
Hell yeah!
Check your targets. Could be friendlies.
Ashley just wants blood. I think she's great.
Looks like they hit the camp hard.
Well,
It's a good place for an ambush. Keep your guard up.
yeah. So far, she's proven to be quite the enjoyable character. She's very motivated. Oh shit! Hold on.
Oh god, they're still alive.
That is not normal.
What did the Geth do to them?
Oh god. Husk. I figured my shotgun would do more damage than that. Either the shotgun does no damage or the damage falloff is crazy. I think the pathfinding is not great. Oh god. Okay, the damage falloff has to be insane. Well, I mean, it's pretty low damage per second. I guess it's just not great at low level or something. Not a fan of the shotgun so far. Let's go assault rifle. They were playing a game. It looked like it. Yeah, they were just dancing around here, right? That was fun. Okay, so those spikes thing are turning the human corpses into husks, which it looks almost like mechanical. I don't know how that works, but replaces their body parts with... let's see. Oh my god, we're getting showered in weapons. Edge pistol, Avenger rifle, and a medium armor. Some Omnigel and a grenade, I believe? Yeah. Let's see. Equipment. Okay, I got 2 Lancers. And now I have a second Avenger. The Edge pistol. More damage, less accuracy, similar heat sink. I could give this one to Kaiden, right? He's our gun guy. No? Yep. Ashley, do you want a new assault rifle? There you go. You deserve one. Get an Avenger. Tech, biotic protection. Yeah, just get a Liberator. Oh, hold on. It's black and yellow. Never mind. Hold on. Hold. Please. Yellow detected. Okay, it's mostly white and yellow, but there's a little bit of... I'll take it. I'll take it. This is closer to my favorite color scheme already. I like that. I do like the N7 logo and everything. It looks pretty good. I'll go with that. And then Ashley, you can get... That one's a little better, I guess. Okay. And it's very black. I think it looks alright. The beacon has been taken from the dig site. Maybe you can find clues by investigating the nearby research camp. Will do. I should probably save. I haven't saved in a while. And we have new codex stuff. Non-sapient creatures.
After the Geth secure a location, they round up and impale dead and living bodies on mechanical spikes. The spikes rapidly transform these victims into withered husks, extracting water and trace minerals, and replacing them with cybernetics. The cybernetics reanimate the lifeless flesh and tissue, transforming the bodies into mindless killing machines. Some Alliance soldiers refer to the husk-generating spikes as dragon's teeth, a reference to the mythological berserkers who sprang up from the earth wherever the teeth of the dragon Eris were planted. Dragon's teeth and husks bear little resemblance to other pieces of Geth technology. No one is sure why a synthetic race would bother to drain the minuscule amount of recoverable resources from organic corpses, though the value of reusing them as shock troops is obvious.
Interesting. I like the design-wise with the tubes going in the mouth and everything. Very, like, sort of almost Giger-esque body horror. I think it's pretty cool. I don't really understand, like, the physically how it can change that fast and add, like, electrical cybernetics elements and all that, but we'll suspend our disbelief for that one.
That door, it's closed. Security lock's engaged.
Where did the logo go? Oh, yeah, that's right. Ashley's doesn't have the N7 logo on the armor. I don't know. Space magic. Some locked object require decryption or electronics to access. If any squad member has the acquired talent, you will be able to unlock the object using the decryption or electronics interface by spending Omnigel. Continue. Advance to the central core. Move the mouse to move around the... Whoa, okay, hold on. Advance to the central core. Move the mouse to move around the ring. Left click and right click to move inward and outward. Avoid the security program. What? Okay. I need to see what it looks like, because that means nothing to me. Begin manual override. Okay, fair enough. I was like, this is too complicated. I'm just gonna wait until I find one, like, clear line. I'm just gonna spam the button. And that worked. I was trying, you know, to be like, okay, I'm going in and then I'm turning and blah, blah. No, no, no. Just find one line and just burst through it as fast as possible. It's a B-side. The tooltip should have been Frogger, but a circle, yeah. Oh, that was funny though. Not the best hacking minigame I've ever seen, I will say that. Or luck-picking, rather. Reminds me of, I've seen the one in Starfield, It's kind of similar to that, but except Starfield's not in real time, but you kind of do the same thing where you have to like rotate the thing in the correct position. Yeah, I've seen worse. Yeah, no, I mean it's fine. We'll see how it evolves over time, and if it gets a little more interesting, then find one line and just burst. All right, let's open that. Oh, scientists.
Humans. Thank the Maker.
Hurry! Close the door before they come back.
Dr. Manuel. You're safe. Who are you? Tell me what happened. You're safe. First of all, let's calm them down.
Don't worry. We'll protect you.
Thank you. I think we'll be okay now. It looks like everyone's gone.
You're Dr. Warren, the one in charge of the excavation. Do you know what happened to the beacon?
It was moved to the spaceport this morning. Manuel and I stayed behind to help pack up the camp. When the attack came, the Marines held them off long enough for us to hide. They gave their lives to save us.
No one is saved. The age of humanity is ended. Soon, only ruin and corpses will remain.
Okay, this guy gotta chill. This dude's gotta chill. Okay, so the scientists were moving it to the spaceport to transport it off-world. And that's when the Geth attacked. Got it. Interesting. Bad timing. I love the sort of hand thing Shepard does whenever he's like, you're safe. It's very, I don't know. Tell us about the attack.
What else can you tell me about the attack?
It all happened so fast. 1 second we were gathering up our equipment. The next we were hiding in the shed while the Geth swarmed over the camp.
Agents of the destroyers, bringers of darkness, heralds of our extinction.
We could hear the battle outside. Gunfire, screams. I thought it would never end. Then everything went quiet. We just sat there, too afraid to move, until you came along.
This dude's losing it. Dr. Warren looks like Emma Stone a little bit. Also, I like the outfit. I like the textures on the of like the carbon looking thing. Very asymmetrical sort of thing. I like that. Nihilus.
Did you notice a Turian in the area?
I saw him, the Prophet, leader of the enemy. He was here before the attack.
That's impossible. Nihilus was with us in the Normandy before the attack. He couldn't have been here.
I'm sorry, Manuel's still a bit unsettled. We haven't seen your Turian. We've been hiding in here since the attack.
Okay. Interesting. It's very weird. I think it's a weird behavior to go around asking if they've seen the spy infiltrator guy. Have you seen our secret agent that nobody's supposed to be seeing? What about the beacon?
Can you tell me anything about the beacon?
It's some type of data module from a galaxy-wide communications network. Remarkably well preserved. It could be the greatest scientific discovery of our lifetime. Miraculous new technologies, groundbreaking medical advances. Who knows what secrets are locked inside?
We have unearthed the heart of evil, awakened the beast, unleashed the darkness.
Manuel, please. This isn't the time.
Where's the option to punch that guy in the face so he shuts up? Assistant.
What's wrong with your assistant?
Manuel has a brilliant mind, but he's always been a bit unstable. Genius and madness are two sides of the same coin.
Is it madness to see the future? To see the destruction rushing towards us? To understand there is no escape? No hope? No. I am not mad. I'm the only sane one left.
I gave him an extra dose of his meds after the attack.
That explains a lot. He's drugged up. That voice actor doing Manuel gave everything to that performance, and I respect it. I can shut him up. Okay, I am... No, I'm not doing... That's the Nasrallah option right there. I'm not doing that. He's fine. He will, you know, we'll put him in the medical ward or whatever. He's gonna flush out all those meds he's been taking. He's gonna be fine. Man, not so well. Fair. Good one. No, I think that's it. Goodbye, I guess. I'm not gonna shut up Manuel. Like, come on. He's been through enough.
Williams, take us to the spaceport.
You can't stop it. Nobody can stop it. Night is falling. The darkness of eternity.
Hush, Manuel. Go lie down. You'll feel better once the medication kicks in.
Oh, the medication hasn't kicked in yet? Oh, God. Okay, no, he's not doing well. I thought that was him being drunk on the juice. That's him before the medication kicks in. Uh-oh. Seems stable. Let me guess, Naz, you shut him up in your own playthrough? I don't know what happens if you say I want to shut him up, but I'm expecting a swift punch to the jaw. Something like that. Are you not? Where's everyone? Rally! Okay. What are you guys doing in there? Is she stuck? I think she's stuck. That was terrifying. She can't move, she's stuck. She is literally stuck. Ashley, move here. Okay, now you go there. There you go. Ashley, you go there. You wait for me. Okay. No. Oh, hold on. Yes! And now you go there. Yes! Rally. We did it. It only took everything I had. Imagine if I didn't rebind those keys, because at first I was like, I'm not gonna need to give them specific orders. Thank God. I mean, I'm sure they would have teleported to me or some shit, but... Sniper rifle and a chameleon tool. Okay. Let's see. That is a powerful sniper rifle. It has very low heatsink capacity, though. No, I get that, Snarko. Don't worry. No, I've been playing games since the 80s. Any sort of pathfinding is still a miracle to me. It's just funny when it happens like that. I'm gonna go for this one, and Ashley is gonna get the Reaper, I guess. Yeah. That works out, I think. Oh, and we had an Omni tool. That's something for Kaiden? Shield bonus, med recharge, tech cooldown bonus. Wait, do I have an Omni tool? No, I have a grenade launcher. I see. He's got an Omni tool and an amp. Solaris amp. Ashley doesn't have anything. Okay. Tech cooldown bonus? Maybe? Let's give him a new tool. We'll see. I haven't used any of his abilities yet, so. Dr. Warren informed you the beacon was taken to Eden Prime's spaceport. You need to get there before the Geth claim it as their own. Alright, let's go there. I think we've been doing great in this mission so far. Very methodical, you know. We're making sure we left no stones unturned. Oh, hey, here's Nihilus. There's another Turian.
Saren.
That explains why the other guy saw one.
Nihilus. This isn't your mission, Saren. What are you doing here?
The Council thought you could use some help on this one.
I wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
Oh! That was some pretty advanced cutscene direction right there. Cutting just before the gunshot and then, you know, blasting from a distance. Okay. Good little narrative direction.
What is that? Off in the distance.
It's a ship. Look at
Whoa.
the size of it.
Oh my god. So loud. Deafening. Jesus. Okay, so there was indeed a Turian. Manuel was correct. He saw a Turian. It was just another one. And our boy Nihilus just got shot. I misjudged him from the start. I was like, you know, everyone was a little suspicious of him, and I was like, I don't know. Turns out, he was just one of the good guys. That is a sniper situation right there. Are those... That is video game language for you shoot this thing and it blows up. Let's try. Yep. Wait. Did my weapon shoot 2 bullets? Oh, it's a burst sniper. Okay, that's crazy. Those husks are tanky as hell, man. Okay, what kind of powers do we have? Sabotage, throw, overload. Allows you to throw enemies and objects using Mass Effect field. Okay, I want to experiment with that. Can you throw this? I think it threw an object down there. I think I missed targeting. I'm not sure. Those abilities, I'm not sure exactly how it works yet. Okay, I don't know how I feel about the burst sniper rifle thing. Hmm. It's a little weird. Makes targeting a little more complicated. Is it like, you know, do-do-do? I don't know. I'll go back to a normal one, see how it feels. Wait, hold on. Ashley has a better one, doesn't she? Yeah, she has the Reaper. I'm gonna give Ashley the hammer, and I'm gonna equip the Reaper. Alright, sounds better. Yo, what's up, Enigma? How are you doing today? Oh, loot. Malfunctioning object, open. Oh, it's a shotgun. Am I finally gonna have a useful shotgun? Let's see. Seems better. I'll have to experiment. I'm not used to my keybinds yet. I have to get used to some of these. Oh boy, here we go again.
Everybody stay calm out there. We're coming out. We're not armed.
Is it safe? Are they gone?
It's safe. Am I gonna put the hand up? It's safe.
You're okay now. Nobody's gonna hurt you.
Those things were crawling all around the shed. They would have found us for sure. We owe you our lives.
I still can't believe it. When we saw that ship, I thought it was all over.
It showed up right before the attack. Knew it was trouble the second I saw it, so we made a break for the sheds.
Okay. Tell us more details.
Tell me everything you remember about the attack.
The three of us were working the crops when that ship showed up. We just saw it and ran. I don't know what happened to the rest of the crew.
They were by the garage, over near the spaceport, right where that ship came down. No way they survived.
You don't know that. We survived. If they made it to the garage, they could have had a fighting chance.
Okay. What about the beacon?
Do you know anything about the Prothean beacon they dug up?
We're just farmers. We heard they found something out there, but it never really mattered to us. Not until now.
Chip.
What else can you tell me about the ship you saw?
I was too busy running to get a clear look at it. I think it landed over near the spaceport.
Tell them about the noise, Cole. That awful noise.
It was emitting some kind of signal as it descended. It sounded like the shriek of the damned. Only it was coming from inside your own head.
Was it a jamming signal?
It was probably trying to block communications.
Whatever it was, felt like it was tearing right through my skull. Almost made it impossible to think.
Interesting. So I'm assuming the beacon's already gone on that ship when it left, so that sucks.
I have to go.
Hey, Cole, we're just a bunch of farmers. These guys are soldiers. Maybe we should give them the stuff.
Jeez, Blake, you gotta learn when to shut up.
Uh-oh. You should come clean what's going on. I don't like being lied to. What's going on?
You have something to tell me, Cole?
Some guys at the spaceport were running a small smuggling ring. Nothing major. In exchange for a cut of the profits, we let them store packages in our sheds.
Like what? That's why you ran here. Smuggling's a crime. Okay, we're not about it. It's a dangerous. We're not about to. We're not playing mole cop right now. Let's just investigate what it's about. Maybe it can be useful to us.
What kind of packages?
I found a pistol. Figured it would come in handy if those things came back. But you'll probably get more use out of it than we will.
Okay, I can say thanks and get a pistol, I guess. But I'm assuming this is what is it? Persuade? No, charm and threaten, intimidate? Yeah. Persuasion or threatening, right? Like charm, intimidation options. I'm assuming that's what that is. And that's why they're available to me, because I maxed out those two stats already. Is that all?
We're risking our lives to save this colony. You sure there's nothing else in here that could help us out?
Yeah, there's one more thing. I was gonna sell it after this was over, but
Nice.
you probably deserve it more than I do.
Thank you, Cole.
Who's your contact at the spaceport, Cole? What's his name?
He's not a bad guy. I don't want to get him in trouble. Besides, I'm not a snitch.
Oh my god, Ashley's going after it. Ashley she's not gonna let this go. She's not gonna let this go. She has no chill. No, 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 no. Is he worth dying for? That's crazy. That is a crazy response to this situation. So we can let this go, or we can, you know, we can follow Ashley's line there and try to push for it. I don't know. Never let it go. I don't know. It feels like those are, I mean, well, they were doing some criminal activity, but, you know. I don't know if that's really the point of the mission we're on right now. Oh yeah, you would be like Ashley, Miss Bookums. You would go after the criminals there. I'd go after anyone. Hey, fair enough. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this could open some like side quest later or something. You know, if we dismantle a smuggling ring, you may know something. Cause, oh, what if it's shit? What if it's linked to how the Geth kind of knew that there was a beacon? Because the Geth had to get the information somehow. What if it's linked? I didn't think about that until just now. Maybe that's how some of the information got out. Maybe. This is where we find out if I'm willing to get the job done or not. Listen, I get the job done in different ways. Okay? But we do get the job done. I'm a menace in games. I don't know, I'm a little... People call me a fence sitter. I just think I have measured responses. Okay, let's go for him. It might be information that's relevant to us later. Let's see. He may know something.
He might have something to do with this whole attack, Cole. We need his name. It's important.
Yeah, okay, you're right. His name's Powell. Works the docks at the spaceport, if he's still alive.
Okay. All right. We got the name. Powell. Those are the ones we already...
Tell me everything you remember about the
The
attack.
three of us were working the crops when
They
they
were by
were
the garage. Over near
You
the
don't
space-
know that. We survived. If they made it to the garage, they could have had a fighting chance.
Those are the conversations we've already covered. So goodbye.
I have to go.
Good luck.
Okay, I got Paragon Point. I got a Stinger and a combat sensor weapon upgrade. All right, let's see. Stinger. Oh, it's pretty strong. How is it compared to Kaiden's one? It is better. Okay, Kaiden, you get the Stinger. You're a pistol guy. And yes, you get the upgrade on... And I'm gonna equip the Edge. There we go. What was the other one? Was that an armor thing? No. Oh, combat sensor. It's a weapon upgrade. What's the difference between that and that? Oh, ammo upgrade, weapon upgrade. I get it. Okay. Some enemies use jamming technology to block your weapon's radar. The combat scanner upgrade improves detection levels, making these enemies visible. I think putting that on the snipers sounds, you know, pretty good. Want to be able to spot those enemies from a distance. Alright, let's save. Even if I plan on doing an evil playthrough in a game, I usually can't bring myself to be mean even to virtual characters. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I rarely do like pure evil playthroughs. In fact, the plan I have for like Disco Elysium, the replay of Disco Elysium, going like completely unhinged and doing like some, I'm worried about how it's gonna play out because of my own personal feelings. You know, like how I'm gonna feel about acting this way in the game and all that. Although I think in the context of Disco Elysium, it kind of works because like it fits in with the vibe of the game. But yeah, in a game like that, like being a pure asshole, I don't know. I just, again, it's part of the immersion for me. I get very immersed in video games. I put myself in the shoes of the characters. Most of the time, I do what the character would do in that situation. There might be some few exceptions here and there, but most of the time, that's sort of my line of thinking is, what would I do if I was the character here? Obviously, it depends on the game. Like this, for instance, in this game, it feels like Shepard has a bit of a personality, as opposed to something like Baldur's Gate 3, where your character's like a complete blank slate. In this case, he has a bit of a personality of his own, so that can influence a little bit. But yeah, in general, it's me in the game. It's kind of like the way I'm going about it.
We should move.
We should move, Commander.
Okay. What is in there? Some Nigel and a Granada. Okay.
You need something?
No, same things?
I have to go.
Okay.
Good luck.
What is... I don't trust... Yeah, see? They're holding out on me. There's more stuff in there. Oh, it's a decrypting thing. Okay. Well, more hacking. This is so silly. I love it. See? They were holding out. They had even more stuff. Okay. Can we talk about that?
I came here to get away from the stress of living on Earth. Yeah.
We're just a small farming colony. Why did they attack us?
You need something?
I have to go.
I wondered if I could, you know, ask him about, hey, you had so much more stuff in your, locker. You were holding out on me. What's up, Bitsy? Okay, so I had a hammer already, and there was an assassin medium armor. A lot of damage protection. Lower shields, what does it look like? Ooh, kind of cool. I do want to keep the yellow, but Ashley maybe can use that? Yeah, it's just almost strictly better than hers. Yeah, look at that. Pretty cool. No, I haven't beat Silksong. I had to take a long break from streaming because of health concerns. And I didn't want to come back to the game after months, and I was already like sort of like the last couple weeks of playing Silksong were already like I was feeling out of it. My brain was foggy and all that. So I figured I would just shelve the game for now, and down the line, maybe when the DLCs are all out, and you know, like it's like the full sort of, you know, version of the game with everything, all the content, we'll do a proper like playthrough that is, you know, like the game deserves a proper playthrough, not something that was sort of hacked together in the way it was going. Yeah, it wasn't feeling very good for the past few weeks before I took the break, so I figured it was better for my enjoyment of the game. Because I really like the game, but yeah, my brain wasn't in it, so. Yes, Narco. Well, we'll figure that out when I play the game again. I'm curious to see how unhinged we'll be able to be. Oh no, Nihilus, not you.
Commander, it's Nihilus.
Jenkins, fine, but Nihilus? I was warming up to him. He was gonna evaluate me. He was gonna make me a specter. Ah. Oh well. We'll investigate him in a second. But first, loot. Anti-personnel rounds and radioactive rounds. Okay, the game is very generous with loot, by the way. Holy fuck. I'm getting so much stuff. Plus 15% versus organics. And radioactive rounds give you a 15% cooldown reduction. Okay, so my assault rifle... I guess I'll put the... I'm gonna put the anti-personnel one on the... shotgun. And then... I think Kaiden's gonna get the radioactive because he's using abilities more than the others. More than Ashley or myself. So I think getting cooldown reduction is good. That's the current one that's equipped. This system is a little... I can, you know, it's a little wonky, but I think the first one's the one that's equipped. Sure, toxic damage on her rifle. Okay, I think we're good. Quick save. And let's do it.
Something's moving over behind those crates.
Wait, don't shoot. I'm one of you. I'm human.
That's the guy. That's Powell. Oh boy, do I have words to have with him. That's our man. We got him. We got him. Look at this badass Daniel Shepard. I think he looks great. You need to be more careful. Who are you? You're a coward. Okay. Who are you? I'm gonna go with you need to be more careful.
Sneaking up on us like that nearly got you killed.
I'm sorry, I was hiding from those creatures. My name's Powell. I saw what happened to that Turian. The other one shot him.
The other one? Yeah, because technically we don't know. We as the player we know, but we don't know. As a character we don't know. The other one?
What the hell are you talking about?
There were two Turians here. Your friend and another one he called Saren. I think they knew each other. Your friend seemed to relax. He let his guard down. And Saren killed him. Shot him right in the back. I'm just lucky he didn't see me behind the crates.
What about the beacon?
We were told a Prothean beacon was brought to the spaceport. What happened to it?
It's over on the other platform. Probably where that guy Saren was headed. He hopped on the cargo train right after he killed your friend. I knew that beacon was trouble. Everything's gone to hell since we found it. First that damn mothership showed up, then the attack. They killed everyone. Everyone. If I hadn't been behind the crates, I'd be dead too.
I'm curious why the ship left, even though it appears the beacon's still there if Saren went after it. The Geth didn't find you, investigate. Cole mentioned you? Oh boy. Cole mentioned you.
You're Cole's contact here on the docks. For the smuggling ring.
What? No! I mean, what does it matter now? So I'm a smuggler, who cares? My supervisor's dead, the entire crew's dead. Doesn't matter now, does it?
Smuggle any weapons? Listen, it's for the cause. I'm not being a bad person right now. I'm just, you know. It's for the cause. You know? I see you guys playing, talking about Arcanum. Arcanum was awesome. I remember playing it a little bit back in the day. I never finished it, but I played at least a little I was big into Fallout at the time, right? So like Arcanum was sort of a spiritual, like not a spiritual successor, but it was kind of the same thing in a new universe. Some of the people I think that worked on Fallout worked on Arcanum. That game was great. I loved it. The world was very intriguing. The music was incredible. Arcanum's soundtrack was incredible. Yeah. Yes, Narco, I played... Listen, I installed a demo of Zero Parades. I played 5 minutes of it, and then I had a conversation in the game where I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be awesome. There was one thing in the game, like one of the conversations very early in the demo. It felt like diving back into the vibe of Disco, but with another world and another story and other characters, obviously, and you know. But it felt like sort of hitting that same sort of... It's obviously a very different world, right? It's a completely new IP, of course, but it felt like it hit the same sort of notes in the flavor of it. And for me, it was like, I'm uninstalling the demo because I'm going to play the shit out of that game. It looks... Honestly, it looks wonderful. The world looks very, 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 very interesting. We'll see. We'll see how it ends up being. It's coming out soon. I'll play it at the end of the year. I've decided it's going to be my December game this year. We tend to have like a big tradition of playing a game that I've been really excited about every December. This one's going to be this year's end of the year big game. I hope to be able to do a Disco part, the replay of Disco before that. That's my hope. We'll see. Maybe I'll sneak in the second playthrough of Disco in between two of the Mass Effect games. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, no, I'm super intrigued by Zero Parades. It looks really, really cool. Anyway, smuggle any weapons?
Anything hidden nearby that we could use against the Geth?
A shipment of grenades came through last week. Nobody notices if a few small pieces go missing from the military orders.
You greedy son of a bitch. We're out here trying to protect your sorry ass, and all you can think about is how you can rip us off?
I never thought you'd actually need those grenades. Who'd want to attack Eden Prime? We're just a bunch of farmers. How was I supposed to know?
Okay, I sort of missed why this was so important to Ashley Williams. I get it now. She used to live on that planet. She was protecting the planet, right? She was one of the stationed military here, as far as I can understand. So obviously, him smuggling weapons that they then cannot use when they get under attack, like what just happened, I get that she's upset. Maybe they would have been able to defend themselves better, right, if he hadn't done the smuggling. So I get it. I understand why she's so upset. So I'm not gonna go after her and ask her to quiet down, because I think her rage is valid in this case. But I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna start arguing with the guy. I mean, hand the weapons over. We'll solve everything. I think that's fine.
Just give me the grenades.
They're yours. Take them. My smuggling days are over, I swear.
You should make amends. I don't hate that. Let's see what that where that goes. You should make amends.
A lot of Marines died here, Powell. Those grenades could have come in handy. If I were you, I'd think of some way to make it up to them.
Yeah, okay. There is something else I was saving. Could be worth a fortune. Experimental technology, top of the line. Take it. I don't need it. I didn't want anyone to get hurt. Really, I'm sorry.
They all hide stuff from us. Can't trust anyone in this world. Sneaky little shit, yeah. It's hard to find good help these days. Alright, let's question him about the everything. Attack.
Tell me about the Geth attack.
It was quick. 1 minute that ship was descending, the next, those Geth were swarming over the platform. Thousands of them. They must have been inside that mothership. They shot anything that moved. It was a massacre.
Yeah, that was a Geth ship. Still unsure about what that other Turian, Saren, What's the whole deal there? And the Geth didn't find you?
How come you're the only one who survived? Why didn't anyone else try to hide behind the crates?
They never had a chance. I was already behind the crates when the attack started.
Wait a minute. You were hiding behind the crates before the attack?
Sometimes I need a nap to get through my shift. I sneak off behind the crates to grab 40 winks where the supervisor can't find me.
You survived because you're lazy?
That's so crazy. Dude was napping through the attack. Oh my god. You know, listen. There was a period of my life where I was working retail. And it was in the same period that I mentioned earlier when I was working at that multimedia store and we had like a whole music section. I was also sometimes, because I was doing extra hours as I got the storage dock sort of area where you load in on the you know, like the big appliances that people buy. You load it in their car from like the storage area. I was working extra hours on weekends down there because it paid a lot more on the weekends, and I don't know, I didn't need time off at the time, or that's what I thought at least, and I just wanted more money, so I was working extra hours down there, and sometimes, especially on the weekends, it would get pretty quiet in the morning. Like not a lot of people, you know, like Saturday early morning or late afternoon. Like not a lot of people come to buy big appliances on that, you know, early in the day or late in the afternoon, I guess. They would come more during the middle of the day. Or sometimes during like lunch time, you know, like not a lot of people coming. And just in general, I think we just weren't selling a lot of big appliances. So I was down there by myself a lot of the time. And not only was I like reading a shit ton of books, like I had books on my little desk area that I was hanging out in. More than once, I was like sort of napping in my own, you know, crossing my arms on the desk and sort of napping in my own arms in the middle of the day. It happened. I've done it. I knew exactly how to position there were cameras, like, you know, surveillance cameras for the storage, not for me, but for the storage. And I knew where to, you know, position myself so I wouldn't show up on the camera. And then whenever someone would go down the elevator or someone would call in an order, there was a loud, like, you know, alarm, so it would just wake me up. You know, I never in trouble of getting caught. So, you know, I can relate with that character a little bit in that sense. I was a lazy son of a bitch. No, I wasn't too lazy. It was just I was very tired because I didn't have a lot of days off. I was just basically off on Sundays. And during that time, I would just do music work for the label, you know, because there was no schedule there. So I was basically working nonstop all the time. So I was very tired. I wasn't sleeping a lot. Did your napping enable you to witness a murder? No. No, the craziest shit I saw was two co-workers making out in the storage area. that's about the craziest thing I've seen down there. This story really underlines the importance of sleep. I think so too, Trim. Sleeping is very important. I agree. You make me sick. I know Naz picked that option for sure. I can tell. That's a very Naz answer. I have a feeling I know exactly how Naz would play this game. Like, precisely the decision he would make every time. Oh, lucky break for you, I guess.
If you hadn't snuck off for that nap, you'd probably be dead just like all the others.
Yeah, I guess. I don't really want to think about it.
See, I don't agree with the translation of, like, lucky break for you doesn't sound... You know, it's like, whatever. You're a scumbag, but lucky break for you. Instead, what my character said is more like, oh yeah, no, I totally agree with your nap. That was a great choice you made. Which is not quite what I wanted to say, but it's fine. How dare you? Good timing, bro. Space fist bump, yeah. Okay, how about the beacon then?
Is there anything else you can tell me about the beacon?
They brought it here this morning. We loaded it up onto the train and shipped it to the other platform. Hard to believe that was only a few hours ago. Feels like a whole other life.
Hobbs, thank you for the tier 1 48 months streak. That's 4 years right there. Jesus, Hobbs. Has it been so long already? Thank you so very much for the support. I appreciate you. Stuff Tiger Hobbs, you will be remembered. What about the ship, Powell? What can you tell me about that?
Tell me about this mothership you saw.
I've never seen anything like it before. It was huge. Landed over near that platform. The whole place got dark as it came down. And it was making this noise, this sound that bored right into your brain. That's what woke me up. The attack came a few minutes later.
It's a rough alarm clock right there. They're all mentioning that sounds that digs into your brain. That's very interesting. Very interesting. You know, I get that idea, Lomiril, but I think I don't feel like the description of the choice matched the tone of what I said. I think there was some nuance that was lost, which is, you know, that's pretty common in all modern RPGs. Since the days of removing the full text conversation. Which I believe this was one of the first games to do that, actually. Maybe with Oblivion. I don't remember if Oblivion had full dialogues. Yeah. But yeah, I can't, obviously, you know, I come from like the original Baldur's Gates and Fallout and all of that school of gaming back in the 90s where you would say exactly what you would say, right? I think the changes mostly happen because of voiceovers. And just general modernization of the controls. But, oh, console, you know, console adaptations, I think. You have to make it more streamlined for controller rather than clicking on a whole text option. It's fine. I don't mind too much, but sometimes it creates that little bit of dissonance, I guess. It's not a big deal. Alright, let's go.
We need to find that beacon before it's too late.
Take the cargo train. That's where the other Turian went. I can't stay here. I need to get away from all this.
Okay, hold on. A lot of stuff happened here. First of all, he said he needed to get away. We need to get to the train. I love that my character's like, we need to go there before the beacon escapes or whatever. With the pace at which we've been playing, I think it's funny that my character feels a sense of urgency. DJ. Oh shit, was it anonymous? My bad. Fucking activity feed spoiling the names of people again. I'm so sorry. That's my bad. I didn't see the notification because I was paying attention to the dialogue. And unfortunately, the activity feed spoils the name, which is very annoying. I hate it. I hate that it does that. Anyway, we forgot about Anonymous. It could have been anyone. That's true. That's true. Could have been anyone. Maybe it's Deadmau5 or Moby. Who knows? Anyway. Anonymous, thank you for the massive, massive donation. I appreciate it very much. That's a ridiculous amount. Thank you. Thank you so much. Goes straight to my heart. Thank you. Resident Evil 9 donation spree. Why did Capcom donate? I need to play Resident Evil. I need to play those games eventually. I hear the remakes are really good, so. And then 7, 8, 9, which I've never played. I've heard mixed things about like 7. But I think 8 and 9 have been very, very well liked. But yeah, I heard some mixed things about 7, but I think most of the mixed things that I've heard about 7 is mostly because it's such a different, like it's a you know, a significant sort of change in the series compared to like the earlier games. So I think it makes sense that a lot of people might have been maybe a little taken aback by the change. Yeah. Seven's more pure survival horror, 8 and 9 more action oriented. Yeah. Yeah, 8, what I remember from 8 when it came out was that it sort of, a lot of people mentioned it felt a lot like 4 in sort of like the pacing and the action and the vibe and everything. Nine seems very much like a sort of like modern Resident Evil 2, it feels like, from the sort of like modern environments and the pacing, and I don't know. I don't know enough about them, but I'm looking forward to playing them one day. But yeah, anyway, once again, thank you everyone for the extreme generosity of between yesterday and today. I feel very welcome back after that long break, so thank you. Hopefully I can keep providing fun, entertaining shows for you guys going forward. Alright, so I got a grenade upgrade, which I've barely used my grenades yet. I need to get on that. Alright, well, Powell's gone. Oh, music change. Oh, my radar show. Oh, God, enemies! That weapon's not accurate whatsoever. Enemy's still there. I'm going in. Shotgun. Okay. That felt a little better. It's so weird to not have to reload. I don't know how I feel about the... What were you shooting at? What the fuck? Oh, did you maybe kill something I didn't see? I don't know how I feel about the heat system. Oh, we need to, I have more equipment. Ah, that's what it is. High explosive grenades are modified to maximize their blast radius and impact. 10% damage, 50 centimeter radius? That is not a lot. I mean, it's half a meter, but it... Well, maybe a little more than that. Actually, it's my camera's too... I don't have enough space on the camera to show, but... 50 centimeters is not that much, but oh well, we'll take it. And 10% weapons force. I don't know what that means. Weapons force. Maybe something related with like the impact, like the way it pushes enemies or something. I don't know. If it's radius, it's 1 meter more diameter. Yeah, but it's, I mean, it's still not very much. I mean, I don't know. It depends on what the base explosion is, which I don't think the game tells us. Yeah, it just pretty vague. Oh wait, I can determine that. Hold on. How do I unequip like that? It doesn't actually. Okay. Well, that sucks. I was trying to use the stat to determine how, you know. Well, so much for that. Take the train. A Turian named Saren killed Nihilus. He may be working with the Geth. Take the cargo train to the next platform. Stop him before he gets to the beacon. Alright, let's go for it. Auto save. Wait, quick save. I cannot quick save. Is it because it's... Oh, we're in a fight technically still. Okay. I see an enemy now on the radar. Can't save during fights. Makes sense. You don't want to log the game in case of shenanigans. What the fuck? There might be more people down there. Let's go around. Hold tab to bring the power wheel. Yeah, oh, I need to use that overkill at some point. Yeah, but I wanted to use Kaiden's abilities a little bit more. He seems, oh. Ah, shit. Yeah, you can definitely tell, you know, the little jank of that era of gaming. It's very visible. I don't hate it, you know, it has its charm. But you can definitely tell. Oh my god, that sniper rifle is insane. Oh shit, overheating. He's dead! He's dead! Okay, Kaiden, first of all, I want you to use your pistol. Okay, clearly he sees something that I don't. Are those enemies? Oh yeah, there are! That's so funny, I didn't realize. I'm just doming them, that's so funny. Oh. Happy now? I'm hoping the sound of the weapons aren't blowing you guys' ears off. 'Cause it's considerably louder, but I hope it's okay. It's fine? Okay, cool. Tarkov skills coming in hot. Dude, I'm telling you, I was avoiding the crossfire earlier, like I was trying to not get in the line of fire. I'm trying to, you know, I've been playing so much extraction shooters. Between Tarkov and Marathon, I've been playing so much extraction lately. Where's that fucker? Hold on. Oh, I think pressing G again. Oh, there he is. I think pressing G again actually blows the grenades. Let's see. I think it does. Okay, hold on. I need to experiment. Okay, I can explode. There's a little bit of a cooldown period. I can't blow it right away, but I can press G to manually blow the weapon up. Okay, that makes it a little more usable, I guess. Because you can, like, throw it in a general direction and then press G when it's near the enemy. I don't know. It doesn't feel as practical as real grenades, but we'll take it. Train controls. Activate. Okay. Let's do that. You guys with me? Okay. Successfully lost. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that very much. Hello, hello. Welcome in. I'm gonna assume you were playing Mass Effect, which is how you ended up here. How are you doing? How are you doing? How was your stream? I do not believe I am familiar with your channel, so I'm gonna have to come check your channel out after the stream. I'm gonna have to be careful if you're playing Mass Effect, because I don't wanna, you know, I don't wanna spoil anything for myself. But what's up, Mardo? How are you doing today? Mass Effect 2, nice. Well, I just started Mass Effect 1 yesterday, and as you can tell, we haven't made too much progress because I like taking things slow and, you know, reading everything and just But yeah, it's been fun so far. It very much feels like a 2007 game sometimes, but in a charming way, I guess. What's up, Jarl? How are you doing today? I will not do that, but you can imagine it. This is not my free cams. This is not chatterbait. You can't just ask me to do things. Certainly not without paying money, that's for sure. Even then. But yeah, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Hope you've had a good time, and I hope I get to check out your channel. Maybe I can find some older VODs where you're not playing Mass Effect, and I can check out a little bit of what you do over there. Thank you, Yar, for giving a sub to It's a Me. Well, okay. You got me there, I guess. Now I have to say it. That's clever, I will say. You've defeated me, I admit. But yeah, thank you for gifting a sub to the community. I very much appreciate it. And It's a Me, Mario. You will be remembered. I guess the moral of the story is that my dignity is for sale. I've learned that about myself today. Thank you, Jarl, for the education. Facehugger, thank you for gifting 3 months of tier 1. You successfully lost. That's extremely generous. Thank you, Facehugger. 46 total gifted subs. Thank you. And well, successfully lost, as we say around here, you will be remembered. Enjoy the ad-free experience. So I did play the game on release 20 years ago. I feel like I'm gonna repeat that a lot during this playthrough, but yeah, I played it 20 years ago. I didn't have any of the DLCs at the time. I don't think they existed yet, or I didn't buy them, so that's all gonna be new. And I don't remember much. It's been, you know, it's been 20 years almost, so my memory of the entire game's completely gone. I barely remember, like I always mention it, but I remember Rex, the name Rex, because of the meme, like the, you know, Shepard Rex meme that you see on the internet all the time. Well, used to, at least. That one's ingrained in my memory. And that's about it. I remember the name of Garrus. This is a pretty famous video game character at this point. So like I recognize his face and I remember his name. But I don't remember anything about the plot. I don't remember anything about the characters. The like sort of minutia of the story is completely gone. I remember like the general plot of like a galactic threat, you know, that you have to fight. Like the comparison I made earlier is that if this was Star Wars, I remember there's an evil empire. That's pretty much what I remember of the game. So yeah, it's we're approaching it like a first playthrough because it functionally it is. That's how much I remember of the game. Bless my poor memory, especially at that time period. I was studying, I was working, I was doing a whole lot of stuff, and I was really not sleeping too much. So my memory of that, of anything of that time period, even life events, is extremely vague, I will say. You're just discovering it for the first time? Hell yeah. Well, I feel like I am... frankly, I feel like I am too, which is great. It feels very good. You remember what you had for breakfast? Today? I had a celery salad, which to be fair was only 4 hours ago, so... I woke up 4 hours ago, so it's a little fresh in my memory. If you ask me what I had yesterday for breakfast, I'm unsure. If you ask me what I had 20 years ago for breakfast, I certainly don't remember. Alright, let's activate that train and go after that beacon. Before it escapes us. There's an urgency that mission that I feel like I'm not playing in the proper way. But that's just who I am. It's gonna be fine. Alright, I don't know if I quick save, but I will. You guys are having breakfast? I love breakfast. It's my favorite meal of the day. I had a period of time in my life where I would never eat breakfast. Typically when I was in high school and yeah, when I was in high school particularly, I would never have breakfast. I don't know why. I never wanted breakfast. And then as I grew older, I completely turned that around. I have big breakfasts and I eat less for the rest of the day. But I love a big breakfast. It's very pleasant. I'm also very hungry when I wake up in the morning, which is probably because I don't eat that much in the evening, which again, when I was in high school and I was like living with my parents, big meals on the evening was sort of a tradition for us. Like we would eat a lot, so maybe I wasn't hungry in the morning. And then when I started living on my own and all that, it was the other way around. I would eat a lot in the morning, not a lot in the evening. Yeah, I love a good breakfast. If I have time, I'll make eggs or whatever. I love a good hot, savory breakfast. Full English breakfast is the dream. If I could have full English breakfast every day, oh my god, I'd be the happiest. I value 30 more minutes of bed above breakfast. Yeah, that used to be my mindset when I was in high school too. These days, I do both. I stay in bed for an extra 30 minutes, and then I have breakfast, and then I'm late for streaming by about 30 minutes. Now, if you're wondering why I'm late every day, it's because of that. The extra 30 minutes in bed and the breakfast. Alright. But yeah, I mean, basically, I've been working like independently since like for almost 10 years at this point. I stopped teaching full-time like over 10 years ago. No, about 10 years ago. 2017 was my last year of, the new year, like the new school year 2016, sorry. So summer 2017 was my last, was when I stopped teaching full-time. And since then I've been mostly working, independently with the writing and then now the streaming as well. Yeah, strict schedules are not a thing anymore. So I've been free to have breakfast every morning, which has been nice. No, sadly, no. That is the truth, unfortunately. All right, let's activate those train controls. Let's go for it. Okay, the music stopped.
Set the charges. Destroy the entire colony. Leave no evidence that we were here.
Oh, shit. That's not good. So it's interesting because it looks like Saren has some like cybernetic implants and stuff. Maybe got enhanced by the Geth. And you pretend to be a responsible adult, kick Saren's bottom and take Carol. Thank you, Successfully Lost. Have a good rest of your day. Hold on, there's 5 minutes. There's a timer. I need to pause. But yeah, thank you, Successfully Lost. Of course, take care of yourself. Have a good night. Enjoy the day tomorrow. Thank you again. Okay, hold on.
Demolition charges. The Geth must have planted them.
Oh my god, this is Counter-Strike.
Hurry! We need to find them all and shut them down.
Okay, charge disarm. I have 5 minutes. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Oh. He didn't kill. He didn't die. Oh, shit. Okay, I think I can see the charge on my radar. Is there loot though? Am I missing loot if I don't check everyone? You can tell the loot goblin and me. Oh god. Okay, we got this. Oh my god, there's 2 more. I only see 1 more on my radar. That's concerning. Got him. Right, disarming. My radar's jammed. What? What is happening to me? Ah, shit. Okay. Assault troop. Yeah, there's one behind here. Oh. That did not work the way I was hoping. Oh my god. Shotgun's janky as hell. I gonna have to learn how to use it better. I can hear the beeps. Okay, we'll look at the weapons later. Yep, there it is. Oh, nice. You can tell every time there's a timer, I instantly go into panic mode. I'm not good at... Well, I mean, I can play a game fast if I need to. Like, if I'm playing, you know, like, again, like some competitive shooters, or if I'm playing like something like Marathon, I know I can be fast when I need to. But if I'm in the mood of, like, you know, playing a slow RPG and taking my time, and then suddenly there's a timer, it's like full panic mode. So glad you saw the countdown. Yeah, I mean, I was hearing like... It's actually, it's the beeping of the first, explosive that made me realize something was happening, and then I saw the counter on the radar. It's kind of lucky. Okay, I don't think I missed any loot. Nighttime horse ride through Saint Denis. I'm still upset about that. I am still upset about that. Freaking video game. Okay, there's more enemies down there, and there's a marker, which I'm assuming is a quest marker. We got a bunch of guns. Is any of them better? No, probably not. Ashley could use an edge. Oh, up here is where you see the name of the one. It's not necessarily the first in the list, apparently. Eee. Some of that UI for equipment is a little... That's the part that aged the most, I think, is the inventory management. There's an enemy down there. Yeah, there he is. Oh, there's another one. Oh. Husks coming in. That hurts. And the music stopped, meaning every enemy is dead. Cool. Alright, let's heal. That did not heal Ashley. Did I mispress it? R. Oh, I must have not. Oh, wait. If I'm in... Okay, it needs to go in combat mode first, and then it can heal. Okay. I understand. I get the jank. Okay, so she used her shield herself defensively, which is great. But those abilities won't be used unless I use them. Something I need to do. I feel like... Hold on. Can I actually... I could increase the combat difficulty. Okay. That's good to know. I don't know if I want to. Again, I'm worried about the enemies turning into bullet sponges, which is never a fun difficulty for me. I would rather the game be too easy than enemies being sponges. But so far it hasn't really required me of, to use any of my abilities. But then again, it's just we barely started. Technically this is still like the prologue, right? The first mission or whatever. So, no reasons to be worried yet. Grenade upgrade, cryo explosive, incendiary explosives. What does that do? Cryo grenades contain a small Bose-Einstein condensate, a mass of supercooled subatomic particles. When detonated, they are capable of snap freezing nearby targets. Cool. Incendiary explosive release a thermal paste on detonation that clings and burns through virtually all known substances. That sounds nasty. It's basically kind of a Molotov, right? Like the alcohol would splash and then burn everything. But I'm imagining something that's like thicker. Like it's gonna blow up and it's gonna cover you in that thick burning material, which sounds awful. Sounds like thermite, yeah. Sounds like a bad time is what it sounds like. Okay, so that's the beacon right there. There's a marker on the map, so I'm gonna make sure I explore everything before I go there. You want to go to the quest marker last, always. There you go. Shotgun, scimitar, Avenger, and a hammer sniper rifle. Is that a shotgun that I haven't seen before? No, I have one. Well, Ashley, you can get one, I guess. There we go. Another storage locker. Well, these things are different on console. You mean like the hacking minigame? For instance, or the items you find? The items you find could be a bit random, randomized. I saw recoil dampener. That sounds like something I want on menus in the minigames. Yeah, I'm assuming they've adapted it for either like controller or keyboard and mouse, maybe. Yeah, recoil dampener reduces kickback to improve accuracy. That definitely goes on that assault rifle. That shit goes all over the place. Like, look at that. Like, if you don't burst, it goes all over the place. You really have to do it. Actually, I even, like... I don't know. It's kind of hard to control. For futuristic technology, it's kind of I don't know. I would have expected more, I guess. Yeah, the circle expands, right? It's like the targeting. It's anywhere in that area, I guess. Heavy armor. Ooh. Don't think I had one before. What does it look like? I cannot equip it! Oh, you need to unlock it. Shit! So far away in that line. I need to upgrade this. I want to be able to use heavy armors. Okay. I think we're about done. I think we've looted as much as we could. Prothean beacon. Investigate. So much destruction. All for this. Which is... it's interesting because... Saren's nowhere to be seen. Is he about to attack me as soon as I hit that, maybe? An ambush? Because they didn't take this thing. Like, they left with the ship. I assumed they wanted to, you know, grab that thing and go away. Let's see. Let's investigate and figure it out.
Normandy, the beacon is secure.
This is
Request
amazing.
immediate-
Actual working Prothean technology. Unbelievable.
It wasn't doing anything like that when they dug it up. Something must have activated it.
Roger, Normandy. Standing by.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Shepard!
No, don't touch it. Too dangerous.
Well. So much for that technology that, you know, we broke it. That looked so cool, by the way.
We identified the ship that touched down on Eden Prime. The Normandy, a human alliance vessel. It was under the command of Captain Anderson. They managed to save the colony.
And the beacon.
One of the humans may have used it.
This human must be eliminated.
It's really weird how there's those cutscenes sometimes, and then for the next little bit of scene, the voice and the sound and audio is delayed.
Dr. Chakwas, I think he's waking up.
Very weird.
You had us worried there, Shepard. How are you feeling?
Okay. Not seen those delays before? Yeah, that's weird. It's only when there's like a pre-rendered cutscene just before it, I think. Which I think the ship moving through space was pre-rendered. Yeah, I don't know. Very weird. I don't know if it's an issue. I don't think it's an issue with my specific game. I think it seems to be like just a general problem with the Legendary Edition. I don't know. Okay, so let's summarize. We found the beacon. It seemed like it was trying to take control of Ashley. We saved her, and then it took control of us. It did the same thing. Interestingly, it did the same thing with, like, we saw a little bit of Saren interacting with it just before, and it like got lifted just like we did. But with Saren, it didn't break the beacon like it did with us, which I think is very, like, that's a very notable difference. Why did it break when we interacted with it? And what were those weird red visions we saw? Nothing that I could really make sense of, I don't think. The stash was too powerful. Yeah, that's probably it. And then, of course, Saren was unhappy that we saved the colony. It's very weird that he just left. Also, how was he on the ship? The ship left before... I don't know. I guess the ship went orbit first, and then he joined with a little shuttle. Well, we'll just hand wave that. It happened. And then Saren's... person, I don't remember the name. It said that in the subtitles, but I didn't that already. Seems like she has to deal with Saren's outbursts of rage. Quite shocking. Anyway, it seems like we're back on the Normandy, and I seem to be good. I'm okay. What happened? Not great. What happened?
How did I end up here? How long was I out?
About 15 hours. Something happened down there with the beacon, I think.
It's my fault. I must have triggered some kind of security field when I approached it. You had to push me out of the way.
Don't blame yourself. That would be the second time we tell her to not blame herself. Maybe at some point she needs to take some accountability for what's happening around her. Nah, don't blame yourself. Come on.
You had no way to know what would happen.
Actually, we don't even know if that's what set it off.
I don't know what that smile was.
Unfortunately, we'll never get the chance to find out.
The beacon exploded. A system overload, maybe. The blast knocked you cold. The lieutenant and I carried you back here to the ship.
Thanks. Was I hurt? Not a local hospital. Yeah, what about the local medical facilities? Was I hurt? Well, I should thank them, probably, right? Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Oh my god, what about those?
You're fine. But I detected some unusual brain activity. Abnormal beta waves. I also noticed an increase in your rapid eye movement. Signs typically associated with intense dreaming.
I'm not trying to hit on her or anything, but she's like having those little smirks every time I say something. I'm not trying to hit on her or anything. I'm just being thankful. Intense dreaming. I was dreaming, not a dream, a vision, more like a nightmare. Calm yourself, Chief. Yeah, Jesus. This is a professional environment. We have work to do. I was dreaming, not a dream, a vision. Yeah, not a dream, a vision.
I saw... I I'm not sure what I saw. Death? Destruction? Nothing's really clear.
I better add this to my report. It may... Oh, Captain Anderson.
How's our XO holding up, Doctor?
Well, all the readings look normal. I'd say the commander's going to be fine.
Glad to hear it. Shepard, I need to speak with you. In private.
Aye, aye, Captain. I'll be in the mess if you need me.
Sounds like that beacon hit you pretty hard, Commander. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, Naz, that's what I was thinking. Like, it's this whole, like, dark thing. Oh my god, I saw death, destruction, and there's those voices and everything. And then suddenly he's like, oh, just the music cuts. It's like, interesting. That felt a little bit, there's a few things I'm gonna say, and I don't want it to sound bad. There's a few things in the directing of the game and the way the cutscene work and all that, the voice acting, that kind of remind me a little bit of Fahrenheit. I mean, those two games came out pretty close to one another. It's that era of gaming, right? And a little bit of it feels like it has that old jank from that era, a little bit, in the sort of like the flow of the conversations and the cuts and all that, the way the music cuts in and out. It was a different time. Are you sure you're okay? I feel bad about Jenkins. Why is Williams here? I'm pissed off about the Geth. I feel bad about Jenkins. Why is Williams here? I'm pissed off about the Geth. I don't know if I can, like, all three of these, or if I can just pick one. If I can only just pick one, I'm gonna go with I feel bad about Jenkins first.
I don't like soldiers dying under my command.
Jenkins wasn't your fault. You did a good job, Shepard.
Okay, I can... everything. I mean, it's true, it's not my fault. The dude literally just ran in front of the enemy as soon as he could. He was ready to die. He said it even before he left the ship. He wanted to see some real action. He got what he wanted. I don't think I can take responsibility for what happened to Jenkins, is what I'm saying. Why is Williams here?
Chief Williams isn't part of the Normandy crew.
I figured we could use a soldier like her. She's been reassigned to the Normandy.
Good? That's a mistake. Good.
Williams is a good soldier. She deserves it.
Lieutenant Alenko agrees with you. That's why I added her to our crew.
Nice. Oh yeah. Big, it's not your fault vibes all around. Yeah, there's a lack of sort of like responsibility that is uncharacteristic of the military, I will say. Typically, it's not the way it plays out, I feel like. Again, I have very limited experience with it, but... it feels like it's, you know, more an environment where someone has to take responsibility for what happened, even if it's not really your fault, right? But hey, progressive military, why not? I'm pissed off about the Geth. Yeah, I'm kind of annoyed about the Geth. That's true.
Intel dropped the ball, sir. We had no idea what we were walking into down there. That's why things went to hell.
The Geth haven't been outside the Veil in 2 centuries, Commander. Nobody could have predicted this.
That's a little more aggressive than I wanted to. I didn't want to blame anyone. I was just annoyed. See, that's one of the situations where I'm like, I wish you had the full line before you pick it. Because I'm just annoyed that we got ambushed by the Geth and that all of that happened. I'm not blaming Intel for not thinking about it, right? Anyway, doesn't matter too much. You wanted to talk?
You said you needed to see me in private, Captain?
I won't lie to you, Shepard. Things look bad. Nihilus is dead. The beacon was destroyed and Geth are invading. The Council's going to want answers.
I feel like I'm gonna be the one that has to go in front of him. Yeah, White Wolf. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know. I have no experience with any of that, right? But it feels instinctively it feels like you would want people to not want to get into fights, right? To self-preservation. Like, fights are an unfortunate, inevitable thing that, you know, if it happens, well, shit, you have to deal with it, right? But you shouldn't want to get in them. We've got nothing to hide. I did my job. To hell with them. Yeah, I think we've got nothing to hide.
I didn't do anything wrong, Captain. Hopefully the Council can see that.
I'll stand behind you and your report, Shepard. You're a damned hero in my books. That's not why I'm here. It's Saren, that other Turian. Saren's a Spectre, one of the best, a living legend. But if he's working with the Geth, it means he's gone rogue. A rogue Spectre's trouble. Saren's dangerous, and he hates humans.
Hates humans?
Why?
He thinks we're growing too fast, taking over the galaxy. A lot of aliens think that way. Most of them don't do anything about it. But Saren has allied himself with the Geth. I don't know how, I don't know why. I only know it had something to do with that beacon. You were there just before that beacon self-destructed. Did you see anything? Any clue that might tell us what Saren was after?
A vision.
Just before I lost consciousness, I had some kind of vision.
A vision? A vision of what?
I almost expected the gloomy music to come back and have another one of those, like, destruction, death, and then the cut once again. That would have been really funny. Played up as a joke almost. A warning, war, or death. I mean, I don't know what I saw, really. But based on what I said earlier, death, destruction seems to be the thing. Could it have been a warning? It was too low res. I mean, I frankly, I don't know what I saw. But yeah, he said war, death, destruction, right? When he was asked the first time. I guess war could fit. Our death makes me sound like Dr. Manuel, which I don't really want to go there. So Glegger, how are you doing? I'm gonna go with a warning. I like the idea of, you know, if I have a bit of a agency there, I like the idea of a warning. It's a warning for something.
I saw synthetics. Geth, maybe. Slaughtering people. Butchering them.
We need to report this to the Council, Shepard.
I feel like that was not what I wanted to say at all. I'm okay with it, but we need to report this to the Council. What will we say? There's nothing to report. Forget it. What will we say?
What are we gonna tell him? I had a bad dream?
We don't know what information was stored in that beacon. Lost Prothean technology? Blueprints for some ancient weapon of mass destruction? Whatever it was. Saren took it. But I know Saren. I know his reputation is politics. He believes humans are a blight on the galaxy. This attack was an act of war. He has the secrets from the beacon. He has an army of Geth at his command, and he won't stop until he's wiped humanity from the face of the galaxy.
Oh, what if? Hold on. Big brain theory crafting there. What if the first interaction between Saren and the beacon took information not to Saren's, didn't give information to Saren, but took information from Saren and then transmitted it to me? Because like the Geth, you know, if Saren hates the humans and he's working with the Geth, maybe what we described, the Geth slaughtering everyone, maybe that was Saren's plan that got taken by the beacon and then transmitted to us. Maybe the beacon's, you know, is just a storage of information. Like, it can store information, but it had to take it from somewhere. We can only guess at this point. Can somebody give 10 minutes to Timmy, please? That was a pretty good one, I will say. But we need to uphold standards when it comes to puns, Timmy. I've let this go for too long. It's time for punishment. Pun not intended. Stupid machismo bullshit in retrospect. Yeah. I get that, Werewolf. You want to seem hard, you know, in front of your comrades, your brothers or in arms, right? Your squad mates. Comrades sounds a little too communist for the American army. Timeouts are back on the menu. That was a good one, though, I will say. Can only guess. That was pretty quick, too. Timmy is a smart cookie. So yeah, I'm really wondering, because like the idea of him, Saren using the Geth to destroy humanity, maybe that's, you know, that's what we saw. Would be interesting if instead of like some old stored information, it was just a transfer of, from Saren's brain to mine, which maybe explains why it blew up after that. Maybe it was meant for like a one-time transfer thing, and I don't know. Interesting thoughts. You're right, I'll stop him, not if I can help him. I'll stop him.
I'll find some way to take him down.
It's not that easy. He's a Spectre. He can go anywhere, do almost anything. That's why we need the Council on our side.
I mean, I was submitted as a Spectre. I was supposed to be evaluated by Nihilus, but I guess that's not happening. We expose him, they can't help us. I love that there's an option to be completely opposed to like the Council and basically be completely not on board with the government. That's kind of an interesting sort of... There's a good, interesting range in terms of roleplay, I find. Even if, you know, I've mentioned like it's a bit frustrating that sometimes the lines don't say exactly what you think you were gonna say or whatever, but the range of role-playing seems pretty interesting. We need a Council on our side. Okay, well, understood, sir.
We prove Saren's gone rogue, and the Council will revoke his Spectre status.
I'll contact the Ambassador and see if he can get us an audience with the Council. He'll want to see us as soon as we reach the Citadel. We should be getting close. Head up to the bridge and tell Joker to bring us into dock.
See, like, for instance here, it felt like what I said was more, we expose him, as far as the option goes. But I'm assuming it's just slightly different flavors of role-playing for the same sort of result, right? That's how I'm understanding it so far. Alright, we're back under Normandy. Good. We have a bunch of equipment. We'll have to look at that. We need to... I wonder if we can sell stuff for credits, or if I should be turning it into Omnigel. I wonder what's the real value there. I'm gonna have to wait until we find a store of some kind. Go to the cockpit, tell Joker to bring the Normandy into dock at the Citadel. Nice. I'm excited about that. Citadel Station Statistics. Although the Citadel is equipped with Mass Effect generating Element 0 cores, most of the gravity on the station is generated by the centrifugal force of rotation. That's like in 2001, right? Like the ship's rotating. Is that in 2001? Or am I confused? And by doing generating a rotation, you get artificial gravity. Pretty smart. I think that's an actual thing that might, that we might do in the future for long distance space travel. Would be cooler if the ship was named La Normandie. I don't know. Normandy is a great name, no matter the language. I've never been there. I bet it's like those big, like graveyards. I bet it's a very interesting place to explore. Rotation 3.5 minutes per revolution. Pretty fast. Gravity in wards 1.02 Earth. Gravity in Presidium 0.3 Earth. Why would... That's interesting that the wards are almost tuned to Earth gravity. I wonder if that's just a gravity number that allows life to develop better. Because you would think that the Citadel existed pre-humans even joining the like the sort of galactic government and whatever. So they wouldn't set the thing to work for humans. But maybe it's like a gravity number that is sort of required for life, no matter the What about the Presidium? I don't know what the the wards. The Presidium. Why is that different? I don't know. We'll figure it out when we explore, I guess. Total length 44 kilometers. It says open, meaning that thing can close. Interesting. Diameter open 12.8 kilometers. Ward length 43 kilometers. Width 330 meters. Okay. Presidium ring diameter 7.2 kilometers and width 503. So I'm assuming that's the ring. That's the Presidium. And those are the wards? Exterior armor thickness 30 meters. Population 3.2 million, not including keepers. A lot of information. Gross weight 7.1 billion metric tons. And the height of the Presidium Tower 1,047 meters, so like 1 kilometer. That's the tower, I'm guessing. Former member of the 101st Airborne, Bastogne is our Mecca. Make a journey there and to Bastogne in Belgium. Yeah.
The Citadel is an ancient deep space station, presumably constructed by the Protheans. Since the Prothean extinction, numerous species have come to call the Citadel home. It serves as the political, cultural, and financial capital of the galactic community. To represent their interests, most species maintain embassies on the Presidium, the Citadel's inner ring. The Citadel Tower in the center of the Presidium holds the Citadel Council Chambers. Council affairs often have far-reaching effects on the rest of the galactic community. 5 arms, known as the wards, extend from the Presidium. Their inner surfaces have been built into cities, populated by millions of inhabitants from across the galaxy. The Citadel is virtually indestructible. If attacked, the station can close its arms to form a solid, impregnable shell. For as long as the station has existed, an enigmatic race called the Keepers has maintained it.
Oh, that's sick. That explains the Keepers. That is so intriguing. So it was built long ago, probably by the Protheans, right? That's what they say. Yeah, presumably constructed by the Protheans. And then there's like a race that was always on it, that's still there, and that maintains it. Very cool. Well, I'm excited to go there. Let's go talk to Joker. No loot, okay. Have we leveled up? Probably not, right? Oh! Replenish Medigel. Thank you. Codex.
Combat hard suits use Medigel is a common medicinal salve used by paramedics, EMTs, and military personnel. It combines several useful applications: a local anesthetic, disinfectant, and clotting agent all in one. Once applied, the gel is designed to grip tight to flesh until subjected to a frequency of ultrasound. It is sealable against liquids, most notably blood, as well as contaminants and gases. The gel is a genetically engineered bioplasm created by the CERTA Foundation, a medical technology megacorp based on Earth. Technically, Medigel violates Council laws against genetic engineering, but to date, it has proved far too useful to ban.
That's pretty interesting. Violates council laws against genetic engineering, but so far has proved useful too bad. I'm willing to bet that this law against genetic engineering has something to do with the Geth. When the Geth got out of control with like the cybernetic stuff, and you know, they tried to
Medigel is a common medicinal salve.
Genetic engineering, you know, had to stop from creating more murderous races or whatever. I don't know. Big Pharma operating above the law, typical.
Hey, Commander.
Oh, hey, Ashley. That's Kaiden over there. That's Dr. Chakwas. And Ashley, what do you want? You're the closest one, so.
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. The crew could use some good news after what happened to Jenkins.
He'll be missed. Soldiers die. I should go. I love the idea of like not even acknowledging what she's saying. I should go. He'll be missed.
Jenkins was a valuable part of this crew.
Part of me feels guilty over what happened. If Jenkins was still alive, I might not be here.
You earned it.
You're a good soldier, Williams. You belong on the Normandy.
Thanks, Commander. I appreciate that.
How are you holding up?
Things were pretty rough down there. Are you okay?
I've seen friends die before. Comes with being a Marine. But to see my whole unit wiped out, and you never get used to seeing dead civilians. But things would have been a lot worse if you hadn't shown up.
You helped the mission fail. I should go. You helped.
We couldn't have done it without you, Williams.
Thanks, Commander. I have to admit, I was a little worried about being assigned to the Normandy. It's nice when someone makes you feel welcome.
Why was she worried? She has a lot of self-doubt. Doesn't seem like a very confident person, from what I can tell so far. Even though she has those bursts of, you know, aggression of like confronting people and wanting revenge and all that. It seems like there's an underlying lack of confidence there. Glad to have you. I should go. Don't disappoint me. I wonder which Naz picked. In this case, I'd wager he picked this one. Don't disappoint me. I'm gonna say glad to have you. You know, we're leading our crew in very different ways. Glad to have you.
I think you're gonna fit in here just fine, Williams.
Thanks, Commander.
Nope. Paragon +2.
Joker's waiting for you on the bridge, Commander.
I'll go there. What's my Paragon Renegade status? Pretty well balanced. Paragon's a little higher now. Renegade had a strong start. Now Paragon's catching up. Wonder how that stuff like affects gameplay later. We'll find out. Only thing I know is I got the job done. Someone had to. Oh, that's not the bridge. I thought that was the bridge. Wait, where am I? Map. sleeping pods, labs and storage, medical. Okay, hold on. We have to explore this entire thing. Oh, Captain Anderson's there. Nice. Shepard's locker. Oh. Oh. Bunch of weapons. Codex. At this point in the conversation, saying I should go and just leaving would be more rude and don't disappoint me. Maybe so, yeah, that's true. Systems, Alliance, and 7. The Alliance Military Vocational Code system classifies the career path of all serving personnel. The MVC consists of 1 letter and 1 number. A soldier's MVC indicates proficiency, not rank. The letter notes career path. The number indicates level of experience, as indicated by service records, technical scores, commendations. All 26 letters are used, and numbers run from 1 to 7. N is the letter code for Special Forces personnel. Okay. And we're at the highest level of proficiency? Damn. We're a good soldier already.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
Investigate Captain Anderson, Kaiden Alenko. Personal questions! Oh boy. Let's start with Captain Anderson.
What do you know about Captain Anderson?
I've served with him for a few tours now. He knows when to let things slide and when to crack the whip. The crew knows he's seen pretty much anything they'll ever run into. And he cares about the people under his command.
Sounds like a good man. What about Kaiden Alenko?
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an impressive service record. Over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the headaches. It's not easy being an L2.
Oh, that's part of the code we just learned about, right? L2. What's an L2?
What does that have to do with it?
Well, most biotics now use the L3 implants.
Oh, never mind.
Lieutenant Alenko was wired with the old L2 configuration. Sometimes there are complications.
I thought that was linked to the, you know, like the system we just learned about, which is a letter and a number. No, apparently it has nothing to do with that. It's just a fucking implant version. Old L2 configuration. Complications.
What kind of complications?
Severe mental disabilities, insanity, crippling physical pain. There's a long list of horrific side effects. Kaiden's lucky. He just gets migraines.
Oh, hey, I can relate. Okay, Kaiden's already my favorite character. I can relate with him. We share the migraines. I would tolerate the migraines a lot more if I had superpowers coming with it. But, oh well. Yeah, no, I didn't get the powers at Therma. Therma, thank you for the 53 months. Appreciate the resub. Thank you so very much. Therma, you will be remembered. Insanity is just a minor complication. Yeah, being a biotic doesn't sound too great, I will say. Personal questions.
How did you end up serving on an Alliance ship?
I enlisted right out of med school. Earth always seemed boring to me. Too safe, too secure. I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic adventure. I wanted to travel the stars, tending the wounds of tough soldiers with piercing eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined. But humanity needs the Alliance if we want to keep expanding through the Traverse, and the Alliance always needs good doctors. So I stayed on to do my part.
Aw, that's kind of a cool backstory, I will say. I like the romantic sort of view of life. I do share that sometimes. Dropping by to send good vibes. I'm off to watch the VODs. Hey, Thurlow, thank you very much. Enjoy the VODs. I assume you were spending all that time practicing your new powers. Oh yeah, no, totally. Nice. That's why when I have migraines, I'm just, you know, I have to take the time off to work on my telekinesis. We need a fundraiser to get you the L3 implants. I'm not against that. You can send the money now, and as soon as the implants hit the markets, I'll get one. How about that? With interest, we could send you $1 in that case. Okay, don't bring finance into this. This is a money-making scheme, not a, you know, a logical business plan. That dollar will be worth a lot in 2153. That reminds me of that. There's a thing called, I think, the Time Travel Foundation, which it was a website on the internet. You could actually send them like $5 or something, and the concept of it was, if with those $5, eventually, if time travel becomes a thing and cryoconservation and everything, they will remember, you know, you register to it and they will use that money, however much it will have become with interests back then, to come back in time, grab you just before your death, bring you back to the future, and, you know, regenerate you to a young age and yada yada, and then do all the things, and then give you the rest of the money, which with interest is expected to be a fortune, right? So for only $5, you could subscribe to that thing. I don't know if the website still exists, but that was a big thing. That was I remember finding that website 25 years ago, probably, maybe more, and being like, that's a really interesting concept. I like the fantasy, the sci-fi of it, even though obviously it, you know, it's just a money-making thing, but like a scam, right? But I think the concept is intriguing. Yeah, I think it used to be called the Time Travel Foundation, but I'm not sure. Pass? I don't know, PT. If I had any like thought of it could be a thing, and this is not just a, you know, a money-making scam, I could see myself, like, it was an official, like, you know, government fund, like, run thing or whatever. I think it would be, yeah, I mean, $5, you know, that's not a big investment. I wouldn't mind seeing the future. I heard money-making scheme, what do you need? My services are available. You fascinate me, Credo. Yankthar. I don't know if it still exists. Let me Google that. Time Travel Foundation. I don't know what it was called exactly, but I'm willing to bet it doesn't exist anymore. I'll offer you the same favorable terms I offered Naz. Nah, I don't have any crazy plans like Naz. Naz wants to do something with trains. That's you know. I just want to pay my bills and put food on the table and be safe. That's all I want. I don't need more. Yeah, Primus. Maybe so. Alright, Dr. Chakwas has a very interesting backstory, and he regrets.
Ever think you made the wrong choice?
Sometimes I think about opening a private practice back on Earth. Or maybe taking a position at one of the new med centers out in the colonies. But there's something special about working on soldiers. If I left the Alliance now, I'd feel like I was abandoning them.
Aw. She's nice. I like Dr. Chakwas. I think she's a wonderful character. What the hell do you think the trains are for? I mean, no, I mean, I like the, I think, listen, Naz, I'm on board with you. I think it's a great idea. I would love to see you execute it, but I understand the money required is very expensive. I'm Swiss, trust me. Model trains are a huge thing in Switzerland. I grew up around model trains. I've been in a model, like, we literally have model train store here. Like, literal stores that are just for model trains. There's a bunch of them. That shit's so expensive. I'm sure you have the same thing in the US, but I'm just saying, Switzerland's a tiny country. Having, you know, stores like specifically for something that niche is crazy. Like, you have to, it needs to be a hobby that a lot of people share. That shit's expensive as fuck. Yeah. Merklin. It's Merklin, right? Right, with like a umlaut, I think? Or am I wrong? Or was it a dying hobby? Yeah, I think it might be holding a little bit more in Switzerland because of our aging population. But it's probably a dying hobby here as well. Yeah. Merklin, yeah. Hobby stores with MTG cards almost extinct now. Yeah, the last time I was in a physical store for cards was almost a decade ago at this point. I've seen one like 6 years ago. That was the last time I saw one. I didn't even enter it, but... Hobbies are expensive? Well, not all of them, White Wolf. But yeah, model trains are on the level of like Warhammer and MTG, like sort of thing. It's incredibly expensive. To go to a more general hobby shop that also caters to model building, like RC cars, etc. Yeah. Yeah. My grand-uncle had model trains going through his entire house. There was like little holes in the walls. They would have their little ramps on the side of like the stairs, and it would like go on different levels. Like they're literally the whole thing went through the entire house. There was train everywhere in this place. And then in the attic, there was a giant table with like a really detailed like diorama type stuff, right, with the you know, the trees and like proper looking village, and the train like would pass through here and then live throughout the entire house everywhere. Pretty impressive. And that's the way I remember it, at least. Maybe I was a child. It looked more impressive than it actually was. I don't know. Maybe my memory is a bit romanticized about all that, but
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Goodbye, Commander. Let's see. Who's that? Oh, that's Presley. Maybe not. I thought he looked like Navigator Presley. I think that's just the same limited NPC models. Titan!
Glad to see you're okay, Commander.
That's it?
Glad to see you're okay, Commander.
Wow, Kaiden does not want to talk to me. And I was just saying it was one of my favorite characters. I wanted to share stories about migraines. Are those the captain quarters? Am I intruding? Oh yeah, it might be. There's a bed.
Go speak to Joker when you're ready. Tell him to bring the Normandy into dock.
Aye aye, Captain. That's true, Clip Turn. Maybe so, maybe so. Wait, am I? Oh, fuck. I don't think I'm supposed to go down the elevator. Oh, shit. In the Normandy's vehicle bay, using a squad member's locker allows you to assign equipment to them. New equipment may be purchased from the requisition officer. Oh, let's go. Also, what the M35 Mako. I wonder if that's a reference to Final Fantasy VII. I got a codex entry. Oh.
The Mako infantry fighting vehicle was designed for the System Alliance's frigates. Though the interior is cramped, an M35 is small enough to be carried in the cargo bay and easily deployed on virtually any world. With its turreted 155mm mass accelerator and coaxially mounted machine gun, The Mako can provide a fire team with weapon support as well as mobility. Since Alliance Marines may be required to fight on any world, the Mako is environmentally sealed and equipped with microthrusters for use on low-gravity planetoids.
That sounds fun.
The Mako is powered by a sealed hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell and includes a small Element 0 core. While not large enough to nullify the vehicle's mass, the core can reduce it enough to be safely airdropped. When used in conjunction with thrusters, it also allows the Mako to extricate itself from difficult terrain.
Okay. That sounds interesting. Well, not large enough. Okay, so Element 0 cores seem to be central to like the Mass Effect thing. So it apparently can affect the mass of objects to increase it or lower it. Oh, which might be how the Mass Effect's interstellar travel works. If you can lower the mass of something to as close to 0 as possible, it becomes way easier to accelerate it to a very high speed. Maybe close to the speed of light or something. Like faster than light, I don't know how that works, because yeah, that's kind of technically impossible. I don't know. We'll see what the game has to say about that.
Biotics is the ability of rare individuals to manipulate dark energy and create mass effect fields through the use of electrical impulses from the brain. Intense training and surgically implanted amplifiers are necessary for a biotic to produce mass effect fields powerful enough for practical use. The relative strength of biotic abilities varies greatly among species and with each individual. There are 3 branches of biotics. Telekinesis uses mass-lowering fields to levitate or impel objects. Mass-raising kinetic fields are used to block or pin objects. Spatial distortion uses rapidly shifting mass fields to shred objects. Most organic species are capable of developing biotic abilities, though there are risks involved. Biotics are the result of an in utero exposure to Element 0. This usually causes fatal cancers in the victim, but in rare cases, it coalesces into nodules within the fetus's developing nervous system.
Again, I'm seeing the possible deviancy there of trying to engineer biotics at the cost of however many, you know, embryos and fetuses. Yeah, interesting. Mass field just find a replace for magic. I mean, the game does a pretty decent job so far at sort of trying to make things feel scientifically plausible, I guess, you know, within the time frame of the game. But yeah, ultimately, you know, it is a lot of stuff is just hand waved into it just works, right? Which is fine. Biotics manipulate Mass Effect fields using dozens of Element 0 nodules within their nervous systems that react to electric stimuli from the brain. Amplifiers allow biotics to synchronize the nodules so they can form fields large and strong enough for practical use. Amplifiers can improve a specific discipline or talent. An implant is a surgically embedded interface port into which amps are plugged in. On humans, the implant is usually placed at the base of the skull for convenient access, though the user must be careful to keep it free of contaminants. Implant ports can fit a variety of amps, and there is a growing market for modifications and add-ons. The finest quality implants and amps are manufactured by a sorry artisan, but the Alliance's L3 implants, first deployed in 2170, are a significant step forward. Very cyberpunk-esque sort of angle on that. Again, this is Ashley's locker, Kaiden's locker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm expecting 4 more members. Whoa, jeez. How's the codex reading? Pretty good. Whoa. Now that's cool. Engineer Adams. Who are you? Okay. Field Integrity Monitor. Element Zero Core. Okay, so that is the Element Zero Core that allows us to space travel by modifying the mass of the ship. And we get a codex entry. Nice. And another codex entry.
Shame about Jenkins, Commander.
He was a good man, Engineer Adams.
Shame about Jenkins, Commander.
We, you know, Jenkins did what he was meant for.
Biotics is the... When subjected to an electrical current, the rare material dubbed Element Zero, or EZO, emits a dark energy field that raises or lowers the mass of all objects within it. This mass effect is used in countless ways, from generating artificial gravity to manufacturing high-strength construction materials. It is most prominently used to enable faster-than-light space travel.
How?
EZO is generated when solid matter, such as a planet, is affected by the energy of a star going supernova. The material is common in the asteroid debris that orbits neutron stars and pulsars. These are dangerous places to mine, requiring extensive use of robotics, telepresence, and shielding to survive the incredible radiation from the dead star. Only a few major corporations can afford the setup costs required to work these primary sources. Humanity discovered refined Element Zero at the Prothean Research Station on Mars, allowing them to create mass effect fields and develop FTL travel.
Okay. Very cool. I like the idea of, like, you know, being able to affect the mass of an object to allow less energy to propel it faster. I'm still not sure how you enable faster than light travel though, but maybe we'll learn. Let's see.
Element Zero can increase or decrease the mass of a volume of space-time when subjected to an electrical current. With a positive current, mass is increased. With a negative current, mass is decreased. The stronger the current, the greater the magnitude of the dark energy mass effect. In space, low-mass fields allow FTL travel and inexpensive surface-to-orbit transit. High-mass fields create artificial gravity and push space debris away from vessels.
Shields, etc.
In manufacturing, low-mass fields permit the creation of evenly blended alloys, while high-mass compaction creates dense, sturdy construction materials.
Cool.
The military makes extensive use of mobility-enhancing technologies, with Mass Effect utilizing fighting vehicles standard frontline issue in most military forces. Mass Effect fields are also essential in the creation of kinetic barriers or shields to protect against enemy fire.
I think this is such a cool concept. I really like the idea of, you know, the whole, like, increase, decrease the mass based on the electrical current and etc. I think it's a very cool sci-fi concept. Obviously, it's not going too deep into explaining how it allows for FTL travel, because I think that's a whole other can of worms. But I think it's pretty cool. I think it's a decent, light sci-fi, you know, soft sci-fi set of concepts. I think it works well.
Hey, Commander. Looking for some extra supplies before you head out?
Supplies?
What have you got?
Whatever you want. Armor, weapons, mods. It's not standard Alliance issue, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Are you doing contraband?
As long as you don't mind paying for it.
Hold on! What do you mean? I have to pay for my own gear?
Why should I pay you for my weapons and armor?
My stuff doesn't come from the Alliance. I have to purchase it myself, and it's not cheap. Hell, the licenses alone have set me back more than I'd like. But no licenses, no goods. Without the goods, I'm out of a job.
Are you familiar with someone named Powell, by any chance? This smells of contraband. I don't know. Licenses?
What are licenses? Why do you need them?
Manufacturers sell licenses. Each license allows me to buy and sell a certain brand of products. I already have several basic ones.
I see.
But you'll need to buy more if you want me to bring in different brands.
Oh, interesting. So I can buy licenses.
Many of the best licenses are hard to get, but they're well worth the cost if you can find them.
Manufacturers?
What do the different manufacturers offer?
There are too many for me to keep track of, but each license will explain what it's good for.
Okay.
What are licenses? Why do you need them?
Manufacturers sell license. I already have. Many of the best licenses are hard to get, but
Oh,
they're
this
well worth the
reversed
cost
from
if you
before.
can find
New
them.
items.
How often will you get new items?
Well, that depends on how many licenses you've purchased. But I'll rotate items on a regular basis regardless. And anytime we land someplace with a big enough port, I'll buy, sell, and trade whatever I can. Check back often.
Okay.
I need to move items quickly, so only the most basic items will be stocked consistently.
Show me.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Okay. Oh, the box is so cool. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Some of that looks a lot like the marathon aesthetic, like the type of aesthetic Marathon has been using. You know, sort of like corpo, futuristic, simplistic stuff. Almost look 3D printed and all that. I think it has a little bit. It's a little more detailed. Like Marathon loves that sort of very simplistic shapes, which fits with the, you know, the whole lore. But this is pretty intriguing. Dude, this is so expensive. What the fuck? Unique item. Medigel upgrade. Increases maximum units of Medigel by 1 and grenades carried by 1. Okay, I'm gonna buy that right away. Oh! Got it. Nice. Okay, what can I sell? Sell value 30? Oh, man. Okay, this is not a lot. We need to get like tens of thousands for some of those items. Oh, man. Well, thank you, requisition officer without a name. I wish they gave him a name. What happens? Okay. I'm gonna turn one in Omnigel and see how much it gives me. Yes. Hey, 4 of them. That seems honestly like a better proportion of resources than getting 20, you know, bucks for it. Convert old junk? I don't know what junk is. I don't wanna click anything until I know what junk is.
Biotics is the Omni-tools are handheld devices that combine a computer microframe, sensor analysis pack, and manufacturing fabricator. Versatile and reliable, an Omni-tool can be used to analyze and adjust the functionality of most standard equipment, including weapons and armor, from a distance. The fabrication module can rapidly assemble small three-dimensional objects from common reusable industrial plastics, ceramics, and light alloys. This allows for field repairs and modifications to most standard items, as well as the reuse of salvaged equipment. Omni-tools are standard issue for soldiers and first-in colonists.
Basically, futuristic 3D printing. Gotcha. Sounds good. I like that. Alright, well, alright, requisition officer. We'll call that guy. Oh! This is Fernando! I mean, technically, Fernando would be the guy following us with the camera, shaking as he's running, right? This can be Fernando too. This is also Fernando. He just, as soon as we don't look at him, is taking the camera again. Let's get upstairs. This is a very slow-moving elevator. I assume that's a relic of when it needed to load the area on Xbox. For Nen 2. That's what I thought. Did you see that? The salute? I was like waiting to see if it was gonna do it. Hell yeah. I have authority. I like that. Codex entry. Real-time communication is possible thanks to networks of expensive mass relay buoys that can daisy chain a transmission via lasers. Buoys are maintained in patterns built outward from each mass relay. The buoys are little more than a cluster of primitive miniature mass relays. Each individual buoy is connected to a partner on another buoy in the network, forming a corridor of low mass space. Tight beam communications lasers are piped through these tubes of FTL space, allowing virtually instantaneous communication to anywhere on the network. The networks connect across regions by communications laser through the mass relays. That seems really dangerous. It's like, I get the idea, right? It's like those communications have like very thin, low mass space in between each other. But what if a ship goes through one of them? Is it like, you know, like a plane hitting like a power line or something? Like, does it slice them in two? Or, I don't know. That seems a little dangerous. With this system, the only communications delay is the light lag between the source or destination and the closest buoy. So long as all parties remain within half a light second, 150,000 kilometers, of buoys, seamless real-time communications are possible. Since buoys are maintained in all traveled areas, most enjoy unlimited instant communication. Ships only suffer communications lag when operating off established deep space routes around uninhabited outer system gas giants and other unsettled areas. During wartime, convoys networks are the first target of attack. Once the network is severed, it can take anywhere from weeks to years to get a message out of a contested system. In systems where a buoy network has not yet been built, has been destroyed, rapid communication means ferrying information through high-speed courier ships and unmanned data drones. So much lore! Delicious. Okay. Navigator.
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. Losing Jenkins was hard enough on the crew.
It was.
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. Losing Jenkins was hard enough on the crew.
It was a tough time for all of us. Codex! Collecting the codex is the most fun thing to do so far. Military jargon. Oh boy, here we go. Oh my god, there's so much of it. Ashore. When a ship's crew leaves the vessel, they are ashore. Though normally used regarding planets, it can refer to boarding a space station. Away. When a ship releases the equipment, tethering it to a space station or surface dock, it is away. Aye aye, the proper way to acknowledge an order. If told to attack, the correct response is aye aye sir. If asked, are you proud to be a Marine? The correct response is yes sir. Okay. ASAP, acronym for as soon as possible. Belay, stop or seize, the bridge, navigation center of a spacecraft where steering is done. Captain's mast, non-judicial disciplinary proceedings by unit commanders. CIC, Combat Information Center, the common center of a spacecraft. The CIC is filled with sensor displays to make sense of the chaos of combat. DC, damage control, containment and repair of damage to a spacecraft. ECM, electronic countermeasures, used to avoid enemy sensors, from passive emissions masking to active jamming. EVA, extravehicular activity, time spent in a pressure suit outside of a vehicle, spacecraft, or station. Flank, the flank is the side of a military formation. Since the soldiers are facing elsewhere, an enemy that can attack on the flank can often turn it or roll it up. I'm learning things today. FNG, freaking new guys, a derisive term for inexperienced personnel. That's what White Wolf was talking about earlier today. I don't know if FNG is a familiar term for White Wolf, but... Groundside, the surface of a planet. Helmsman, the crew member who pilots a spacecraft. Radar, light amplified detection and ranging. An active sensor that bounces lasers off an object to determine its bearing and distance. Radar has sufficient resolution that the data can be reconstructed into an image. Shore party, a spacecraft crew sent ashore on official business. It's a common term. Nice. Silent running, an old submariner's term used aboard the Normandy to denote when stealth systems are active. Really means fucking you guys. That's awesome. Silent running, I am like I've heard that term before. Probably playing Elite Dangerous. SITREP, abbreviation of Situation Report, an evaluation of the current military situation. A spacer, someone who spent most of their life in space. An XO, executive officer, second in command of an Alliance warship. The XO is responsible for administrative personnel matters. So I'm the XO because the commanding officer is Captain Anderson. Gotcha. I'm learning a whole lot today. Are we in space right now? Or are we... We're not in space, we're in a station of some kind, it seems like. I'm not sure where we are. Oh, maybe we're docked on Eden Prime. That actually makes sense.
Good timing, Commander. I was just about to bring us into the Citadel. See that taxpayer money at work.
Oh, never mind. I guess that was just... We're supposed to be in space. I could see the sides of whatever we were in, though. What a cool ship. Oh, let's go.
Look at the size of that ship.
The Ascension, flagship of the Citadel fleet.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
I'm just saying you need firepower, too.
Look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers in any ship in the Alliance fleet.
Good thing it's on our side, then.
Citadel Control, this is SSV Normandy, requesting permission to land.
Stand by for clearance, Normandy.
Yeah, the delay is always happening when there's a pre-rendered cutscene like this
Transferring
one.
you to an Alliance operator.
Roger, Alliance Tower. Normandy out.
Normandy, this is Alliance Tower. Please proceed to Dock 422.
I need to Google that to see if it's like a normal issue or if there's something I can do about it.
This is an outrage! The Council would step in if the Geth attacked a Turian colony?
The Turians don't found colonies on the borders of the Terminus systems, Ambassador.
Humanity was well aware of the risks when you went into the Traverse.
What about Saren? You can't just ignore a rogue Spectre. I demand action!
You don't get to make demands of the Council, Ambassador.
Citadel Security is investigating your charges against Saren. We will discuss the CSEC findings at the hearing, not before.
Okay.
Captain Anderson, I see you brought half your crew with you.
Just the ground team from Eden Prime, in case you had any questions.
I have the mission reports. I assume they're accurate?
They are. Sounds like you convinced the Council to give us an audience.
They were not happy about it. Saren's their top agent. They don't like him being accused of treason.
Well, He's dangerous. It's the truth. They're blind. It's the truth.
Saren's a threat to every human colony out there. If they don't stop him, I will.
Settle down, Commander. You've already done more than enough to jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres. The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove you could get the job done. Instead, Nihilus ended up dead and the beacon was destroyed.
That's Saren's fault, not his.
Then we better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations. Otherwise, the Council might use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. Come with me, Captain. I want to go over a few things before the hearing. Shepard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower, top level. I'll make sure you have clearance to get in.
And that's why I hate politicians.
Let's go. I like Ashley. She gets it. Portal locations are marked on your map. Oh my god. Okay, there's gonna be a lot to explore around here. This place is great. Oh, I guess we're in the Presidium, like the ring. Okay. We'll have a whole bunch of chatting to do. And we have some new...
The Citadel is an ancient deep... The Council is an executive committee composed of representatives from the Asari Republics, the Turian Hierarchy, and the Solarian Union. Though they have no official power over the independent governments of other species, the Council's decisions carry great weight throughout the galaxy. No single Council race is strong enough to defy the other two, and all have a vested interest in compromise and cooperation. Each of the Council species has general characteristics associated with the various aspects of governing the galaxy. The Asari are typically seen as diplomats and mediators. The Solarians gather intelligence and information. The Turians provide the bulk of the military and peacekeeping forces.
Okay.
Any species granted an embassy on the Citadel is considered an associate member, bound by the accords of the Citadel Conventions. Associate members may bring issues to the attention of the Council, though they have no input on the decision. The Human Systems Alliance became an associate member of the Citadel in 2165.
Right, but obviously, since we don't have a member on the Council, because it's only those three races, they basically virtually control the galaxy, is what I'm getting. Those three. Interesting. Expose Saren, go to the Citadel on the Presidium for an audience with the Council. Well, we'll have to do that, and we'll have to explore whatever is explorable out there. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna have to be a story for tomorrow. This feels like a great place to stop for now. All right. Jesus. Alright, everybody. This is gonna be it for me tonight. I will be back in the morrow for more adventures of Mass Effect. We are gonna raid out my good friend Nasrallah, if you don't mind waiting and joining the raid. Nasrallah is playing Seros, another sci-fi game that I'm not watching, so I'm not gonna be part of the raid after we land. I'm gonna go into lurk mode immediately. But yeah, I'm excited to play Seros one day. So if you're interested in knowing what Seros is, time to join the raid. But yeah, no, thank you everybody. Thank you for joining me in this today's adventure. I cannot wait to be back tomorrow. Play more of Mass Effect. This is starting to build up. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see where this is going. Bit of political intrigue. I always like that. Not a lot of shooting. I mean, there was a little bit of shooting by the end of that mission, but less action than I sort of was expecting. But yeah, no, good political intrigue. I'm curious to see what's gonna happen on the Citadel. Seems like a pretty big place from what I've seen on the map, so I bet there's gonna be plenty of characters to meet. It's gonna be fun. Anyway, thank you everybody for the support. 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific tomorrow for more adventures of Mass Effect. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.
Thank you.